And then we can make the resource belts feed this way, and they can connect in here. And I can double stack them on the pipeline belt here. But that still leaves a spot for a smelter array that we gotta figure out. How much space do you need for the turn into the station? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll just start off with my aluminum station right here. That's where we'll go. Alright. Cool. Alright, let's do some space news. Seems like we haven't done this in a little while. Let me switch over to science and technology. The Space and Rocket Review. We'll start momentarily. I swear this break won't end up being like 3 hours long like the last one was. I swear. I mean, it might. But be back in a second.
Strange as it may seem, ice skaters do not skate on ice. Even the smoothest ice isn't slippery enough for that. Ice must be lubricated before anything will slide on it. The skates really glide over a thin film of water under the skate. Here's what really happens. The blade of the skate cuts a groove, and the pressure melts enough ice to cover the groove with water. The thin film of water between the skate and the ice acts as a lubricant on which the blade can slide easily. A lubricant is something that makes things slippery. Water is sometimes used for lubrication, especially where it can be supplied in large quantities. It takes a lot of water to keep this seagoing roller coaster from sticking to the chute. In some boats, a steady flow of water from the outside lubricates the shaft, which carries power from the engine to the propeller. However, water has disadvantages as a lubricant because it won't stay where it is needed. It pulls apart too easily, and it won't keep its film between moving surfaces. When the surfaces are squeezed together with enough pressure, the water is squeezed out. But there are better lubricants than water. When a sticking bureau drawer is stubborn and bulky, we can make it slippery with a little soap so that it will work easily. For the launching of a liner, tons of tallow or hard grease are used to make a smooth, slippery path. A simple experiment shows the effect of a lubricant. We use a block of metal polished to an even finish and a metal incline as smooth as glass. Without lubrication, the block will not slip. The two metal surfaces are in actual contact. However, if we lubricate the same surfaces, keep them apart with oil, the block will slide of its own weight. Here, magnified thousands of times, with the help of microphotography, we can see what happens when a metal surface glides over another surface of metal riding on a film of oil. Oil is a good lubricant because under high or low temperatures, it keeps an unbroken film to hold sliding surfaces apart, and it won't evaporate. Oil is liquid enough to get into small openings between closely fitting parts. Oil is thick enough to form a cushion that stays where it is needed, and it is elastic enough to make a film under pressure. A small flywheel bearing shows why it is necessary to use a good lubricant. We first remove all the grease or oil. When we spin the wheel, the metal surfaces rub against each other. Without oil, they grow hot. The soft bearing metal is melted. Friction binds the moving parts together, and soon the flywheel will stop. Without the protection of oil, both surfaces are ruined. There are three general ways of circulating a supply of lubricating oil to the parts of a machine. We can arrange a bath of oil so that moving parts can splash into it for lubrication. We can provide a supply of oil on a higher level so that it will trickle down through a system of tubing onto the moving parts. The force of gravity furnishes the power to carry a steady flow of lubricant where it is needed. If we want an extra amount of lubrication, we can force a stream under pressure directly onto the sliding surfaces. By controlling the pressure, we can control the lubrication for different speeds. There are many moving parts and many types of moving surfaces in the automobile engine. Consequently, the engines in our cars today use all three methods of lubrication to provide for the wide range of speeds and loads. The heart of the lubrication system is the oil pump. In the oil pump, the two revolving gears create a suction as the teeth move apart. This suction draws oil from the storage reservoir or oil pan. The gear teeth carry the oil around as they revolve, and then, as they mesh together, force it to the engine parts. Each gear tooth sends a strong spurt of oil, and at normal engine speeds, The result is a steady, smooth flow. In the modern engine, the main bearings carry the load of the crankshaft as it whirls at hundreds of revolutions each minute. And plenty of lubrication is needed. To get this lubrication, a constant stream of oil is pumped under pressure directly into the main bearings. The camshaft has the job of opening and closing the valves and needs an elastic cushion to protect it from friction. The oil flows through tubes to the bearings, which carry the camshaft, and more oil flows out through a nozzle onto the timing gears, which drive the camshaft. To keep the valves in smooth operation, oil is pumped up into the valve mechanism. A special method is used to lubricate the connecting rods. A high-pressure stream of oil is forced through nozzles in the base of the engine, and each jet of oil is accurately aimed to strike a scoop or dipper on the bottom of a connecting rod. The oil is forced up into the connecting rod bearing by the scoop-like action of the dipper as it strikes the jet. In scooping up water, a locomotive uses the same principle. A special motion picture camera equipped with what is called a stroboscope lets us see the action of the dipper on a crankshaft that is actually revolving at a speed of 3,600 times every minute. There is a hole in the bottom of the connecting rod through which the oil passes from the dipper into the bearing. At high engine speeds, the oil enters the dipper at the rate of 120 miles an hour. The barrel shape of the dipper picks up less oil at low speeds than at high speeds. And as the connecting rod splashes into the trough, it throws a spray of oil over the cylinder walls. This spray of oil forms a smooth film to lubricate the speeding piston as it slides up and down in the cylinder. A special ring on the piston controls the amount of this film. The excess oil is scraped off and carried through holes in the side of the piston to furnish the main lubrication for the piston pin. A steady stream of oil flows through the engine, bathing the crankshaft, the camshaft, valves, and pistons and connecting rods, covering all the moving parts with a protecting film. The modern engine uses the same oil over and over again, 4 times a minute at normal speed. In order to do this, it must be cleaned and cooled. Each time the oil passes through the engine, it is filtered so that dirt and impurities can be kept from the polished surfaces. The oil is cooled in the bottom of the engine and allowed to rest in the oil pan. Efficient crankcase ventilation removes hot, corrosive gases so they cannot contaminate the pure oil. A tremendous stream of cooling, cushioning lubricant is pumped through the engine. By connecting a hose to the pump and arranging a return pipe, we can see the amount of oil that flows from the pump each minute that the engine is in operation, enough to fill a bathtub in 3 minutes. Closely fitting, highly polished parts, moving at high speeds, year in and year out, demand an adequate supply of good, clean oil to protect them from friction and wear, to give power, economy, smooth, silent operation, and long life, with every part riding a film of oil.
All right. Ready for space news? With every part riding a film of oil. Thanks, EJ. That was really special. Ha, okay, thanks, dude. No, Levitt, nothing in that was wrong. That design hasn't changed much, to be honest. There's just a couple of things here and there. Like, think of a modern internal combustion engine, right? And that, like, the only difference is, think what Atlas V is to, what Falcon 9 is. Does Falcon 9 use anything that's particularly groundbreaking? No. It's just kind of a different take on the same design, right? Engines haven't changed that much. They still work like that. Everything needs to ride on a film of oil. That goes for any mechanical equipment, but I'm sure you already knew that. Ours... I don't... I found a channel with similar Soviet engineering videos. Want to take a look? Yeah, absolutely. Sure. I'd love to check that out, actually. Yeah. I just don't know why they don't do that right now. Like, why don't they just release, like, stuff like that? Like, hey, look at what we're doing. Yeah, Tsiolkovsky, I'm not. We're not discussing that. That's very strange. Alright. Let's see. What do we have here? Okay. Did you ever see the video inside Starship's nose cone that some dude took? It finally got taken down. Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't planned on showing it on stream, but, yeah. Hey, Skyzies, I just popped in. I recently heard about the Raptor crisis, and it doesn't seem too good. Oh, hang on. Here, let's check something. Guess you downloaded Duolingo to start learning Russian. I know it's not the best, but I found your way too slow. Okay. That's fine. Oh, this is... Oh, Vasi, this is good. Yeah, I like this. Ah, yes. I'm looking through everything here. Dude, there's something about the sarcophagus in there. Huh. From 1989, there's something about Reactor 4. That's... Alright, that's cool. Interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out. What's the main bottleneck in achieving a constant production line for engines and rockets? Okay. Oh, and the RS-25 engine controller news is out officially, plus Wayne Hale puts out a really good post. I'll grab it in a second. Oh, dear. There is a lot. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to get through this entire space news without getting wound up. There's not particularly a lot of good space news in here. There's not a lot of... There's not a lot of good space news in here. I'm not gonna lie to you. But here, we'll compile what we have and we'll go from there. I do have some good stuff, and there's obviously checking out what's going on with Starship. Hey, Sirius, thank you. All right, Neopod gifted a sub. Oh, it got gifted a sub to Sirius. There you go. Yeah, Vasi, I have all the links. All right, let's push through this. Okay. Okay. So...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And Neopod gifted a sub to Laserman. All right, I'm trying to get going here. So...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Damn it, Jim. Where do we start? So, okay, here's what's going on. There was a leaked email going around about Elon Musk saying, for the most part, that SpaceX needs to work on getting Raptor production high enough to achieve a flight rate of at least once every 2 weeks for Starship. They need to basically make enough Raptors to be able to launch twice a month. Basically, Starship needs to launch on the scale that Falcon 9 did last year, basically once every 2 weeks. Or up until about July this year, which is, like I said, once every 2 weeks. Now, with that being said, later in the email, that he said that SpaceX has a genuine risk of bankruptcy. Oh boy. In this leaked email. So that basically prompted every journalist to be like, oh, SpaceX is bankrupt! Panic! We forgot his name! Panic! You know? So everybody's like, oh my God, is SpaceX bankrupt? Is SpaceX bankrupt? I don't know if SpaceX is bankrupt. I don't know if SpaceX is bankrupt. No. Let me just be really clear. No, SpaceX is not bankrupt, nor is it near any near bankruptcy at all in any way, shape, or form. I will tell you that right now. And I don't need to be an insider to figure that one out. Now, so what did Elon mean by that? What did he mean? Well, okay. We've talked about this before on stream. Elon's a probability guy. Basically, his risk aversion is based off of probability. So what is probability? So it's like the likelihood of something happening or not. If the likelihood of something happening is greater, the probability of it happening is higher, right? Now, Elon basically is saying that if we don't figure out a way to scale up production of Raptors, our probability of going bankrupt gets higher. That's it. That's it. That's all. It's literally all he's saying. Hey, we should figure this out so we don't go out of business. He just has his way of saying it. Now, people are going to say, oh, that's ridiculous. I don't know if that's what he's saying. Well, here, check this out. He tweeted this less than a half hour ago. Look, he replied to this tweet saying, Elon Musk says SpaceX could face genuine risk of bankruptcy. Risk of bankruptcy. Right there. Risk of bankruptcy. Risk of stretch breaking. So check this out. Right there. Genuine risk of bankruptcy. That was the quote. If Raptor production is not enough for a Starship flight rate of at least once every 2 weeks, here's the man himself. If a severe global recession were to dry up capital availability and liquidity while SpaceX was losing billions on Starlink and Starship, then bankruptcy, while still unlikely, is not impossible. GM and Chrysler went bankrupt during the last Great Recession. Only the paranoid survive. So once again, right there. Let's keep reading. The magnitude of the Starship program is not widely appreciated. I've been saying this for the last 6 months. Starship is a multi-billion-dollar program. It is unreal what we're seeing happening down in Texas. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. The magnitude of Starship program is not widely appreciated. It's designed to extend life to Mars and the Moon, which requires 1,000 times more payload to orbit than all the current Earth rockets combined. There you go. Elon's basically saying we're increasing our probability of failure if we don't figure this out. That's it. Literally that. That's it. That's all he's saying. Everybody blew that out of proportion. Oh, is SpaceX bankrupt? Blah, 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 blah. Now, the next question that everybody's been asking me, and I got asked this probably like 20 or 30 times during early hours. What's the next question? Well, the next question is, where are they going wrong with Raptor production scaling? What's going wrong? Well, okay. Let's think about this for a second. How are rocket engines made? Rocket engines are made basically on a stand. And that stand has wheels on it. And they basically cart the thing around and it moves from station to station. That's how it's made. Here, I'll show you. Now, keep in mind, SpaceX has been able to come up with some optimizations. But for the most part, rocket engines are made like this. Here. They're not necessarily wheeled around on tracks. They don't have to be. They're just at stations, and basically the people move from station to station installing different parts. So what does that mean? What does that mean in plain English? And now keep in mind, this is Aerojet Rocketdyne's line. SpaceX does something a little bit different. They wheel the engines around, but it's the same idea. Where do I think they're going wrong? I think they're going wrong because nobody has been able to figure out how to do this here. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Nobody's been able to figure out how to do this with rocket engines just yet. Also, doesn't help that there's a world shortage on super alloys. Yeah, Elon didn't necessarily blame the recession, or not the recession, blame the supply shortages. Everybody's having supply shortages, which I think it's funny to blame it. But also, no one's been able to figure out how to do this with a rocket engine yet. It's a little more complicated. I mean, heck, even engines. The engines for the cars are still made by hand. Not necessarily the parts, but they're, well, assembled by hand should be the right way to say that. That's a mullet, and it's amazing. So, we haven't figured out how to do this yet. I think therein lies the problem with what they're trying to figure out. How the heck, you got to come up with a moving assembly line if you want to produce the numbers that they want to produce, right? You literally have to do this. I don't think anybody's figured out how to do that yet. Forget it. No. My problems with it are that from what we've seen from the email, he very much seems to imply that SpaceX is in a dire situation, calling his workers to keep working unless life or death, etc., and then just closing out. If we don't fly every 2 weeks by next year, we have a risk of bankruptcy. An impossible goal that is basically only serving to force workers into even more stress IMO. Hey, Horizon. Thank you very much for the raid. Last blocks. You can only scale up complex assembly of engines so much. Ask Rolls-Royce, General Electric, etc., etc. Yeah, also, yeah, but also, nice. Like optimistic for Starship, but no, we're not reaching 14 months. Yeah, Lavi, I mean, you could say that. I disagree. I disagree with that. I don't think it's stressing anybody out, to be 100% honest with you. I don't think anyone's getting stressed out from this. I think he's cracking the whip. He's basically telling them to rise to the occasion, which is what he does. I mean, maybe it stresses somebody out somewhere, but I mean, if I was working for SpaceX and he said, let's figure this out, I'd be like gung-ho about figuring it out. And I'm very, very sure that a lot of employees at SpaceX are like that. But once again, you could say all that, but it goes back to your probability of failure is going up high if we don't try to achieve good flight rate sooner rather than later. Pretty straightforward stuff. Honestly, I think it's nothing. I don't think SpaceX is in dire straits at all. Hey, Ismic, what's going on? SpaceX already is the target's working hours in aerospace, and you've talked about this before. Well, Lavi, you seem, your heart seems very content on thinking that it's a dire situation. I disagree. I don't think that's right at all. I don't. I think this is just Elon doing his thing. And however this got leaked or whatever, I don't know. I don't know why it got leaked. I don't know how it got leaked. I'm sure emails like this regularly go out at SpaceX all the time. Remember the acronyms email? Had the same tone. Same exact tone as this. Does it matter in the long run? No, not really. I don't think SpaceX is anywhere near dire straits in any way, shape, or form. I really don't. that just doesn't make any sense. It sounds like what they're trying to do is get Raptor ready to scale for production in the coming years, which means figuring out that problem now. So maybe problems down the road, but then again, that seems to be what was implied there. You're increasing your risk of your probability of failure by not figuring this out now. Basically, let's figure this out. Elon replied to Tim on this topic. Oh, okay. I honestly don't think. Let's see. My understanding here. Let's see. Let's take a look. Becoming quite an issue. We had to shift some Starlink satellites' orbits to reduce probability of collision. Not great, but not terrible either. Station and Dragon have micrometeorite shields, ultra high velocity impact absorption, but the EVA suits do not, hence higher risk for spacewalk. Oh, he's talking about. Okay. So how's that Raptor going? It's getting fixed. Okay. Tim says, my understanding of the Raptor production problem is mostly the huge investment in Starship, Starlink 2.0, and the receiver, and other things relying on Starship. So until Starship flies often, there's a potential cash flow issue, and Raptor production is the biggest risk of bottleneck. Yes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Devin, you're about to take your Class A CDL next week. Hey, that's cool. Was told today that the U.S. government has given 1% of budget to space program. Ha! Try half of a percentage, Neo. To get it straight, I don't think that SpaceX is in dire strait. My issue comes from Elon making it out to be that way. So, Lavi, my question back to you is that why are we making an issue out of a non-issue? This is exactly the type of stuff I try to avoid talking about because I don't think there's an issue here. I think you're reading too much into it, which is, I mean, before you even commented on it, that's what I was saying. I said people are reading too much into it. It's basically the boss saying, hey, we need to do this so I can pay you in the future. Let's get this done. Simple as that. But once again, Elon's a probability guy, so he has his own special way of wording it. Maybe I am, but it does feel manipulative. I don't... Lavi, I think you're picking a bone with nothing, to be honest. I'm not trying to be mean. I honestly think you're, well, the implication is that it's a big deal. Yeah, it is a big deal. But it's just another problem to fix. I mean, yeah, I have problems with the concept of French culture as is, but that's a much wider scope that I don't want to get into. Okay, so your problem lies elsewhere, not necessarily with this one thing. SpaceX pay overtime. SpaceX pays the best in the industry, Sasquatch. I have that on first-hand account from multiple people. They pay very good, but you're expected to work. Why would the Raptor production difficulties affect a flight cadence of 2 a month? If you had a working Starship Super Heavy, would you even need a high production rate in the next few years? Well, Lazarus, that pretty much comes from... Okay, so I think that SpaceX might not get full reuse down on the first try, right? So let's do some math out, right? The first stage has what? Super Heavy is 33. Let's use the bigger number. The first couple of Super Heavies have 29. Let's just use 33. Okay? So that's 33 plus 6 with Starship. So we got 39 engines per launch. If we were launching, and this is unlikely, this is a worst case scenario, right? We're launching in an expendable capacity, right? So what is that, 48? So times that by 48. So that's 1,800 Raptor engines in 1 year. That is more than the Merlin engines by a long shot. And Raptor is very, very complicated comparatively. Now, once again, this is taking into account that you're expending every single booster, right? Which is probably not going to happen, but I think it's reasonable to think that some of the first Starship flights are going to not come back because they need to do a lot of testing to make sure they get the tiles right, etc., etc. So that is like a worst case scenario. Even if you cut this number in half, say they get reused down in 6 months, so divide that number by 2, that's still 936 Raptors. That is a lot of Raptors. So say they get reusability down, say they figure out reusability in 1 quarter, in a quarter of a year. So divide that by 2. That's still 468 Raptors. Still a lot. Still a lot of Raptors. And that's taking into account that maybe all the quarter one first missions don't come back. And they figure out reuse in 3 months of launching every 2 weeks. Okay? Now, keep in mind, there's a lot more flux with this. It's not this simple, right? Not that simple. But so let's say like bare minimum, right? You need 500. That's the bare minimum right there. 500 Raptors. That's a lot of Raptors. That is a lot of Raptors. That's a lot. And we're also not taking into account that SpaceX down the road will have different iterations of the Raptors. So now you have to make 2 different types of Raptors and, scale up one production line and then scale up another, scale down one, scale up the other. This is complicated stuff, man. It's like playing Satisfactory. We were just having that problem in Satisfactory where we needed to figure out how to scale correctly with train depots. That was difficult. Last time they were talking about Raptor production, it was 2 per month made. Not even close. That has no bearing anywhere on those numbers, Demon, right? And that's where Elon's freaking out. You can make 2. You need to make 500. 2. See what I mean? Do you think next year is referring to fiscal year or calendar year? I'm not sure, Xeon. I do not know what SpaceX's fiscal year project. Like, I don't know where their fiscal year starts. And once again, guys, I think this is just a sheer matter of mass producing engines. Your engine rate. I said this literally months ago. Raptors are the bottleneck here. SpaceX can crank out as many grain silos as they want. If they don't have engines to fly in them, you're screwed. And therein lies the problem why rocket engines are so ridiculously expensive in the first place. Everybody gets all peeved out when SLS, for instance, oh my gosh, an RS-25 is like $5 million a pop. There's a very good reason for that, dudes. And now don't get me wrong, could they do it for cheaper? Yeah, probably, if you bought in bulk. Just saying. Economies of scale is the only way to beat this problem, guys, and that's going to take an extraordinary amount of capital and extraordinary amount of brain power to fix. See what I'm talking about? I don't know. I'm not seeing Starship remain expendable for long, so that they had to make 500 Raptors before they get it right. Yeah, Lazarus, is a worst case scenario, dude. I mean, so would you rather make 200 Raptors and then expend boosters and have no Raptors? You're always going to have to make more than what you think you need. This is true with any factory, with any production. Anything. Cars do this all the time. You make more than what you need. I personally do not think that Elon would liquidate stocks if he didn't think they could overcome this. Mm-hmm. They make 1 Raptor per 2 days, not 2 months. Source me, Liam. What are they trying to achieve again? Doctor disagree. Okay, it boils down to this. The layman's terms way of saying it is they're trying to make a 747 for space. That's it. That's all. Something that takes off, flies into space, does its thing in space, comes back down, lands, fuel it up, new cargo, do a flight check of the vehicle, send it again. That's the flight rate. So if they can't scale engine production, they will have to launch less until it catches up. And that's where that increased risk of failure comes into account. That's what I'm talking about. That's where that... Look, check this out. It's probably not going to be an issue, but your boy right here, this was just a second ago. See what I'm talking about? Only the paranoid survive. It could be an issue. So he wants to make sure it's not an issue because he wants to increase his odds of success. Simple as that. It's pretty straightforward stuff, dudes. See what I'm talking about? I mean, I think I've covered this pretty dang well. I think this is a nothing burger. I don't think there's anything here. This is not anything that doesn't happen in SpaceX day-to-day operations. You know, today it was Raptors. Yesterday it was getting the stainless steel rings figured out. Before that, it was getting the tiles. And then before that, it was getting the rings and the bulkhead design figured out. This is just Elon going down the horn. And then before that, guys, it was getting Block 5 figured out. And before that, it was getting Crew Dragon figured out for Block 5. And before that, it was getting full thrust figured out. And before that, it was getting densified propellants figured out. And before that, it was getting propulsive landings figured out. This is just another... All we're seeing here is literally just a cog in the machine. This is SpaceX day-to-day, from what I understand. Yeah, Tech. That was a long time ago, though. You'd be a terrible journalist. Why, AJ? Because, yeah, I don't make something out of nothing. It's surprising me the financial burden of producing Starlink version 2.0 would become a priority for them before Super Heavy has ever flown yet. Big gamble if they are actually burning capital to produce Starlink 2.0. Yeah, Blind, but can't Falcon 9 deliver those satellites? AJ, I think I understand what you're saying. I'd be a bad journalist because I don't make something out of nothing. I don't sensationalize things. Because, once again, if people have, like, Lavi, for instance, if you have beef with, like, SpaceX's work culture, that's fine. Like, you can have that, but also at the same time, like, I'm not sure if using that to weigh in on this in a negative way is a good idea. The strict reason is because you're bringing your personal opinion into analyzation here. And don't get me wrong, so am I, but if you look at just how SpaceX works, like, everybody knows that you work hard at SpaceX. You're expected to produce. It's a very stressful environment. That's no secret. So I'm not sure that factoring that into judgment here is a good idea. Yeah, Hibbit, indeed. Interesting bit in the draft PEA. They're only allowed to launch 3 times a year during development, 5 times in operations, which is much less than the 24 times a year needed. Yeah, Lavi, I know that. Yeah, that's just from Boca Chica, though. I mean, what's to say that they couldn't just build another one of these pads, right? What's to say they couldn't just build another one of these pads and a tent at Roberts Road? They build another pad at 39A and build a tent at Roberts Road and just make starships there. It's not unfeasible. I mean, we saw Boca Chica come together to basically what it is in less than 2 years, and that was through a prototyping program. Imagine if SpaceX started to build a factory fresh right now. Like, I bet you they could get it done in 6 months. I mean, yeah, don't go out and report my opinion. Twitch chat's a bit easier to get my opinion into. Yeah, I understand. But, Lavi, you understand what I'm saying. Like, so, one, that's fine if you don't like that SpaceX is hard on their employees. That's totally cool. Like, I'm not saying that that's a wrong thing to be... I'm not saying that's a wrong thing, you know, to be worried about something like that. But you understand how factoring that into my judgment is not a good idea, because you're bringing in personal... It's not even personal opinion. It's more beliefs, right? Like, I don't think that's wise. Like, Lavi, I have to be careful The reason why I have to be careful is because I freaking love SpaceX. If the employees want to work 100 hours a week, as long as they want to, do it. Do it. Freaking get it done. As long as they want to and they get paid. Work as much as you want. Now, once again, people disagree with that. But, like, I'm a big SpaceX fanboy, but I have to be very careful and I have to be impartial about judgment here. So if I said, yeah, screw it, let them work as much as they want. This is no problem for SpaceX, blah, 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 because I think that, you could crack the whip on your employees and it's not a big deal. They know what they signed up for. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a good way to look at that either. Oof, Eukerman, savage. It's kind of a... Also, one Raptor every 48 hours. Let's see. Raptor production is approaching one every 48 hours. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm sure Starship will fly soon, and they will be launching satellites according to plan, but according to that email Elon sent out about the Raptor situation, Starlink 2.0 is too big to fly on Falcon. Okay. Blind, I ain't trying to change your mind. I ain't trying to change your mind, but consider this. What's this thing? What's that? Is it entirely possible that launch vehicles could be made to fit a specific type of payload, i.e. develop the payload first and the launch vehicle second? Is that possible? You're damn right, Element. Is it possible? The space shuttle has a gigantic payload bay. It's big enough to fit a school bus in, and I assure you that was not there for ISS modules. Right? The space shuttle's payload bay was built out of a need to be able to launch observation satellites into space. And in order to do that, you needed a big enough payload bay to be able to launch spy satellites. Literally, they designed an entire launch vehicle around a payload here. I don't think that's particularly unreasonable for SpaceX to develop the payload first and Starship second. You have to give the payload a means, or you have to give the launch vehicle a means. I can give you another case in point here. That thing is specifically designed around its payload. These two things up here. The whole vehicle is built around that. The LEM and the CSM. The entire thing. It's all built around this. See what I'm talking about? Got to build the payloads first. That's just rocket science, man. See what I'm talking about? It's not unreasonable to think that launch vehicles are built to service a need for payloads. It's happened many times throughout history. In fact, has there ever been a launch vehicle that's been built that found payloads later down the road? Falcon 9's the only one I can think of. Was there an idea of a space shuttle without the payload? Besides the derivatives of Dream Chaser, there's been many a concepts, yeah. Feels like Elon overpromised and now the workers are asked to make up for it. Malachi, that's nothing new. SpaceX has been doing this for years. Why do you think they go so fast? I mean, SpaceX runs like a startup, guys. Now, once again, whether you think that's good or bad, that's your personal opinion. But I don't think it's wise to factor personal opinion here when you're thinking about the context of the situation. Saturn V was adapted for Skylab, if that's what I mean. No, that's not what I mean at all. SpaceX doesn't really go that fast compared to the rest of the industry IMO in getting projects done. Crew Dragon had comparable land by the rest of the Yeah, Tessa, it really comes down to scalability of your production line. That's correct. Yes, but how much is it going to cost to build a city on Mars? Sure. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. Either that or 350. Very nice. Very nice. I like. I'm excited for KSP tonight. Me too, man. Galactic Server, I remember putting together a model of the space shuttle as a kid. It had a pressurized science module that rested in most of the payload bay. Was that ever a real thing? Yeah. Space Lab. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. There's one sitting next to Discovery in the Smithsonian. Yeah, absolutely. Here, I'll show you. Space Lab. It was just an ISS module that just stayed inside of the shuttle payload bay. Here, take a look-see. Like that. Hey, Iron Spark, I'm doing great, man. Yeah, see? Right there. And the cool thing about it is that it's configurable. You can attach stuff to it. You could put 2 of them in here if you really wanted to. Heck, the space shuttle had the availability to be, you could put one of these in there, and then you could put a module in here too, and deploy, or you a satellite deployer. You put a satellite in here, deploy the satellite, and then have the space lab too if you wanted to. Or you could have another space palette for open experiments like this one back here. Yeah, dude, Space Lab is still there. It's in the Smithsonian. It's sitting next to Discovery. Galactic, the Smithsonian is like the U.S.'s air. It's our government space museum. There it is, right there. It's sitting. The Discovery is like right behind this camera shot. I've stood next to this thing, and it blows my mind because that thing's been to space multiple times and back. You think Shuttle C should have happened? Yes. Yeah, that thing's been to space. Freaking multiple times. By a couple of different space shuttles, too, which is unbelievable to me. And people just gloss over it. They're like, oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that is cool. It's been to space and back. Isn't there one next to Endeavour? Not to my knowledge. No windows? Of course it has windows. They're on the top. See? There you go. There's a window right there. During the Space Lab missions in 1989, a shuttle served as an intermittent space station for research conducted by scientists and astronauts. 2 laboratory modules were flown on 16 missions from 1983 to 1998. This one, module number 1, was used 9 times. First mission in 1983 and the last on the microgravity science laboratory missions in 97. NASA transferred it to the museum in 1998 when the Space Lab program ended. And even then, Space Lab was replaced by Space Hab. See? Space Hab. Did you talk about Elon already? Yeah. Do you ever build spaceship models anymore? I'm assuming you did. No, not really. Oh, crap. Look at that. Hang on a second. Somebody was saying, I think there's one of those at Endeavour. It's in its payload bay. Well, frickin' shoot. It's in its payload bay. I didn't know that. Cool. Sorry, a little bit of a tangent there. Look, there they are installing it right there. Ironic. This is how they envision modules being installed on the space shuttle in the very beginning. Literally just take a crane, lift it up, and put it in. Yep, Lavi, clue us in. You're the local. Clue us in. What happened with this thing? What's going on here? Why didn't NASA just build a lunar lander that would fit in the shuttle payload bay? Seems big enough to be done. Well, Johnny, the idea... that was the plan. And then they decided not to do it. The idea from the original shuttle, what's the shuttle's namesake? STS, right? And you can go on Wikipedia, you can read about this. The shuttle, the Space Transportation System, or NSTS, National Space Transportation System plan, was a 4-phase plan to be able to get us back to the moon for cheap because of reusability, right? Because the shuttle can come back down, right? You basically get your upper stage, you get your first and second stage engines back. Second stage engines are the shuttle main engines. First stage engines are the boosters. It's not a bad idea. I will still say that this is a really good idea. What the shuttle basically had 4 phases. Phase 1, build the shuttle and establish a low-cost access to low Earth orbit. So, first one, fly the shuttle a lot. That one came back to bite them, but that's for other reasons. The second one, have the shuttle demonstrate its on-orbit construction capability by building a space station and a research lab for learning how to live in space. That should sound familiar. The third one, work on interplanetary, between the Earth and the Moon, chemical-powered space tugs. That manifested itself as the Shuttle Centaur G program. I'll get more into that in a second. And then the fourth phase was establish a nuclear-powered tug to be able to move payload quickly and easily to and from the moon. The idea is that a shuttle launches, right? It deploys the upper stage. Another shuttle launches right after it. You attach the crew module to it, right? Send that. And then you have another shuttle with another stage and another shuttle with a lander. Attach those, send that. So you got a lander and you got a crew module. They find each other in low lunar orbit. You go back down to the moon. Under the original plan, we were supposed to go back to the moon by the 80s. But with the space shuttle. Building the payloads in space. And then the tugs could come back, right? And they could come back into orbit and the shuttle would be able to wrangle them and bring them back down. So you basically have a 100% reusable way to get to and from the moon. 100%. The only thing that wouldn't be reusable is the lunar ascent and descent module, and that's about it. You would have a crew transfer vehicle, which would basically be an Apollo capsule without a heat shield and a service module, and you attach that to a stage, send the stage, bring the lander up, attach that to a stage, send that. And the shuttle could do it. Shuttle can build stuff in space. That was supposed to be demonstrated by building the space station. And then they would have switched it to nuclear power, which means nuclear-powered stages, so NERVA, so you could just couple stages together. You daisy chain them together and send 3 so you could send a bigger payload. Like if you wanted to send a gateway out to the moon, for instance. It's almost like we had the vehicle that's perfect for doing that, but I digress. So, they were presented this in the 70s, and they presented that to the executive branch, so... And he said, I like the reusable part. Do that. Everything else, screw that. And they said, what do you mean, screw that? All right, I'm only going to give you guys enough to build the space shuttle. We'll figure out the missions later. Sound familiar? Did the NERVA have ever evolved more besides the Constellation one? The NERVA was built and tested in the 60s. The Apollo program, had it continued unabated, would have switched to nuclear-powered third stages, so they could move like 3 landers to the moon in one shot instead of 1 in a CSM. Yeah, your Delta V would have gone up tremendously if you have a nuclear-powered third stage. So that's basically what happened. And then from there, the shuttle got underfunded, and then they still tried to achieve the high flight rate with tremendous underfunding during development. Problems started to arise during the part where they were trying to ramp up shuttle flight production and ended up killing 7 people. Respect to the Challenger 7, man. And then from there, they were like, oh, we got to rethink how we're flying the space shuttle into space, blah, 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 blah. And they started, what I like to say is that the space shuttle is a space truck. They started operating that space truck like a space RV. You don't go camping in a semi-truck unless you have a toter home. But the shuttle is not a toter home. It's like a semi-truck. You don't go camping in that. That would be like, think about like taking a trailer from a semi-truck, trying to make it into an RV, and then making a semi-truck tow that around. That's basically what they ended up doing. Because it was safer that way. They scrapped the third stage inside of the shuttle design and replaced it with the IUS, which is nowhere near the payload-throated TLI, translunar injection, that was needed to make the tugs that go out to the moon. So they said, screw that. We're not doing that. It's too dangerous because Challenger is too dangerous. So they scrapped the upper stage program for the shuttle and used IUSs, which are solid rocket fuel stages that were derived from Titan. Basically, they did that so they could put defense satellites in the right orbits, and TDRS for what it's worth. And eventually, down the road, in the mid-'80s, they said, okay, let's start building a space station. We should have a space station up and running by the 90s. And then when the 90s came around, they said, we don't have enough money to build a space station. Build half of a space station and build it with the Russians. That's the ISS. There you go. There is your 5-minute answer as to why the shuttle couldn't just build a lunar lander and send it to the moon. They wanted to do that. That was the plan. Here, I'll show you some concept art. This was the idea. You have a transfer stage module with an RMS on it, and then you have a shuttle with an RMS on it, and it can move payload back and forth. Just like the ISS. Same idea. The ISS has an RMS on it. Shuttle has an RMS on it. Shuttle could take something out of the payload bay. ISS could grab it. Shuttle could ungrab it, and they install the payload bay. That's how they installed the space station modules. The meta was there, dude. We could easily do it. Well, not easily. It would take some time. But, yeah, it was a good idea. I'm not sure, Sea Kraken. Shuttle's actually pretty dang low cost. That's, yeah, Lavi, I will die on that hill. The shuttle scales perfectly with capability. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It scales perfectly with capability. Shuttle stacks at the end of the program were about $450 million to launch it. That's not total cost involved. That's price per launch. A Falcon 9 is $60 million, give or take. $60 million. The shuttle could move 7 people and 25 metric tons into low Earth orbit in one shot. And then it has down mass capability on top of it. Compare that to Falcon 9, even with reuse. Falcon 9, to do that, to reuse your first stage, you'd need to launch 2 cargo Falcon 9s and 2 Dragon capsules to get the same amount into space. And then you have no down mass capability. So, think about this for a second. Shuttle's $450 million. Falcon 9, you need 2 of them. So Falcon 9 with reuse is $40 million a pop. That's the closest thing we have to a quote from SpaceX for a reused flight. So the first one is $60 million for the first cargo launch. The second one is $40 million. So that's $100 million right there for the 2 cargo launches. Now you got to move 7 people into space. So you launch 4 people on one Dragon and 3 people on another. Because I'm using NASA's version of Dragon, right? I think that's Dragon could move 7. But by that logic, the shuttle could move 8. If we want to go by that logic, the shuttle can move 8 people into space. It did it in the 80s, right? So let's just say that Dragon can move 4, the shuttle can move 7. That's what it averages out to, right? Well, not averages, but you get the idea. So now you need 2 Dragon launches. So you launch 1. Dragon missions are quoted at over $100 million per launch, even with a reused booster, because crew operations are hard. They're very difficult. That's just going off commercial crew prices. So 100 million for one, 100 million for the other. So now you're at 300 million to get the same amount into space. That's even including booster reuse. You have the same amount into space. And now the shuttle, on top of all of that, can do that in one launch. And it can take the payload down. It has 12 tons down mass capability. Your Dragon capsules with crew have a ton down mass capability at best. That's what I'm talking about exponentially scaling. It's no secret that Falcon 9 is cheaper than the space shuttle. That's not what I'm saying here, so don't get confused. It's not that... Falcon 9's way cheaper, but it's also way less capable. The only reason why Falcon 9 can do what it do, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. The only reason why Falcon 9 is good is because of economies of scale. You can fly it a lot. And that goes back to my overarching theory. It doesn't matter what you make. You can make an expendable vehicle. You can make a fully reusable vehicle. You can make a partially reusable vehicle like the shuttle. It doesn't matter what you make. You got to fly it a lot for it to achieve low cost. It could be Starship. It could be a Saturn V. Doesn't matter. See what I'm talking about? Shardy's 69-month resub. Nice. The shuttle, that's what I'm talking about with the shuttle's capability. If you compare it price for launch, the capability scales perfectly with cost. It scales perfectly. The shuttle can do more. It's more expensive. Yeah. Of course. It's more expensive. Let me see those pictures, Lab. Oh, they took it out and they did put it on display. Cool. I didn't know that. That wasn't like that the last time I was there. But then again, the last time I was at Endeavor was... Oh. Why didn't I stop at Endeavor during Route 154? Why didn't we do that? What the hell was I thinking? I tried to convince you to. What did I say? Too busy. Yeah, but what was I too busy doing? Driving across a straight line road? No, I should... Oh, what was I doing? I should have stopped. Whatever. Food for thought for the next Route 154. Yeah, we were behind schedule, that's right. But then again, I should have seen that one coming. To be fair, your heart was focused on getting to the canyon. Yeah, that probably has a lot to do with it. We'll do it next time. But anyway, hopefully that makes sense, guys. We were talking about capability and scaling and stuff, and that goes back to what Elon said about the tweets. It's about genuine risk of bankruptcy. You got to scale, and you have to scale quick. There's only a finite window. Are there any concept of how SpaceX will go to the moon and land on the surface? Yeah, sure, man. Bro, do you want to see this? Look at this thing. Yeah, Lunar Starship, dude. Lunar Starship will be Lunar Starship would be pretty freaking cool. That's an outdated picture. I gotta find a good picture. Haha, moonship go burr. Here you go. Can I get a shout out? Can I get a shout out for the Revs to win their playoff game against New York? I will always root for a team that's trying to beat New York, Rogue, especially a local team. I don't give a crap what the sport is. Go Revs. Like, do you really... Starship just seems like much overkill to land on the moon. Like, do you really need all that? No. No, you don't. You don't. But if its flight rate is as high as it is, once again, economies of scale here, Rogue. Economies of scale. If you launch Starship a lot, it doesn't matter. Geo says we're going to pay for it in the timelines. Abby, that feeds into a much bigger thing that I talk about all the time. NASA should have redundant capability. Or 2 commercial landers, but, you know, can't do that. well, you know that whole debacle. I won't get into it. Anyway, let's shift the news. I think I've talked about this sufficiently, guys. Dude, there's really not much else to say. Long story short, Elon's worried about probability of failure. If you don't scale up Raptor production, your probability of failure increases exponentially. Elon is a numbers guy. That's how he works. That's how his brain works. Whether you agree with that or disagree with that, don't know. I'll leave that open for interpretation. Next news. 200 lightly, perhaps 3 years, isn't that bad of an extra weight for that. I mean, I'll take Lunar Starship, Labby. That's fine with me. They got to figure out that refueling, though. That's very important. Oh, that's cool, W. Nice. People forget that that once the Starship and booster start landing and getting reused, they won't have to replace all them engines. What happens if an engine fails, goalie? You're going to need to have a surplus of motors. You know, it's like a top fuel dragster. You think a top fuel dragster brings 1 engine to the track? What are you, nuts? No way. They bring like 6. Why would you do that? SpaceX needs to make a pool of Raptors. And once again, 500. They need 500 to 2,000 engines projected. That was just projected off of very linear numbers, though. So, I mean, if SpaceX is making 1 Raptor every 2 days, then I think we're okay. But the real thing is, how long can they do that for? Is there a better way to do it that'll be better in the long run? That's where I think the problem lies. Pool of Raptors. Get in the Raptor ball pit. All right. Next news. I think I know some people that are launching a cryogenic refueling demonstration. Nah. You know. Yeah. I mean, Lavi, it makes sense with them too. Economy of scale is the only way you're going to beat this. You can have an expendable launch vehicle. Economy of scale. That's the only thing. It can be expendable, preferably reusable, but SLS is, I've always said that, even SLS, if they launched SLS 4 times a year, price goes down exponentially after 5 years. It's going to cost half as much 5 years down the road as it did for the first flight. Easily. You know why? Because the factory's already made. If you're going to make 3, you might as well make 7. It's not going to take much longer, right? Like, figuring out scaling and production of building rockets is crucial to keeping the costs down. Just like any other form of transportation, you know? Hey, Bio, what's going on? I mean, hell, they're tooling the GSE to support LH2 from now on. They said that was said super quietly. Literally, that's going to be a pad in a box that supports RP1 Jet A, LNG, and LH2. Impressive. Most impressive. Yeah, Lumprod, we'll check that out. Before we get to the next bit of news, we'll take a break and enjoy these pictures that that Crew 2 took. Here, check this out, guys. You'll appreciate these. Thank you, Lumprod. Take a look at these pictures. Ooh. Scott Manley made a point about James Webb. Why didn't they make backups for a fraction of the cost? Fozilla, it's very simple. Terrible freaking planning. Yeah. Terrible planning. Horrible planning. Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah, I don't hate this. I don't hate this picture. Oh. Wow. That is pretty awesome. Oh, look at Nauka. That's cool, man. Pritchell is there now. Keep an eye on the cupola. Oh yeah, they're looking back. You can see them in there. They're looking back at it. I mean, I'd be taking pictures too. Are you kidding me? Yep, you got Cygnus in there. No, Cygnus. Cygnus is right there. You got Soyuz, and then a Progress right there. That Progress is gone. That Progress is atomized, blown out to sea. There's Pritchal, and the Progress MUM is right there. But then again, this was taken when Crew 2 was leaving. Look at the roses. Oh, the rollout solar arrays. That's cool, man. Dude, somebody went out there and installed that. Just thought I'd let you know. Like, that's pretty rad. Oh, it's so much eye candy. Also, when we're talking about capability, I don't think Dragon capsules can do this. A space shuttle can, though. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. A Falcon 9 could do this, though, with the right modules engineered, though. You'd have to launch them and dock them. It would end up looking like Mir. I'm not to say that a Falcon 9 couldn't do it. It absolutely could. But also, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Oh. So, Node 3, Tranquility. There's the Bigelow expandable module. There's the Astrobotic airlock. Quest joint airlock over there. Cygnus, we're looking up the tail end of it. Looking up the tail end of Soyuz right there. That's a dock to Rassvet. There's Node 1, Destiny, Node 2, Japanese module, Columbus module, Zarya. Nauka is right there, and Zvezda is behind it. Is that a tear on the solar panel? That's a radiator, and yes. Yeah, it happens. Micrometeorites, man. Pain in the butt. Gotta be careful about debris. Oh. Bro, that is awesome. Oh, I don't hate that. Oh, these pictures are freaking fantastic. There's another progress dock to the back of Zarya. Or Zvezda, excuse me. There's Poisk. Get some, dude. What is Cygnus? It's an American resupply vehicle for the space station. Analog to Progress Galactic. Yeah. See that thing with the circular solar panels? Yeah, Cygnus. Do the capsule solar panels provide any power while connected to the ISS, or are they just sitting there in sleep mode? Sleep mode, Goalie. Yeah. Most ships that dock to the ISS tap into the ISS's power to save the solar cells. At least, no, that's not how that works. Sleep mode. You're not saving the solar cells. You don't save the solar cells. They degrade over time. Not for births, right? You know what, Core? That's a good question that I honestly don't know the answer to. It would make sense that Cygnus uses its own power. But if that was the case, why would the solar panels be facing down? Wouldn't those solar panels be facing towards the sun? Also, Cygnus uses a common birthing mechanism. Common birthing mechanisms can transfer power. I know they can. A few more links. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Bullshoy. Maybe they're lunar panels. I wish. The blackening of the thermal blanket on Zvezda looks new, possibly from the ISS tumble a while back. I can't say. Crash, I have no idea. That's probably just because the module's old, man. It's been up there for a long time. It could be that Cygnus panels rotate and they're just locked right now for prox ops. That's my guess, Lavi, which would mean that Cygnus would probably tap into the ISS's power, no? I honestly don't know. Someone's gonna have to go look that up. Also, here's a nice picture. Are the ISS thrusters that maintain its orbit spaced equally throughout the ISS? Negative. They're all on that thing right there. Zvezda is the service module for the space station. That is the service module. That's power and propulsion right there. That thing moves the space station around. That's its engine section, so to speak. They use the RCS on Zvezda because it's at the very back of the space station. They can turn it. They can rotate the ISS. We figured out how well you can rotate it the other day. Not from that, but you get it. And it can boost the ISS prograde, and it can thrust retrograde too if they fire the progress thrusters. Progress can do that. These are great pictures though, man. Look at that thing. Look at what we made. That's pretty freaking cool. I say we because it's an international team. We're all on the same team on this one. Not necessarily for other projects, but for this one though. For this one, yes we are. That's pretty freaking cool, man. Pretty freaking cool. Alright, and speaking of ISS stuff, you know what? We'll go into this one. I want more good news. Kem, let's look at your links now, and then Vasya has some links too. So let's do the Russian stuff now. Why not? Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. So we'll start off with a video like this. So it's our flip. Oh, you dick. Don't you go and blame us. Fix your damn capsule next time, you putz. No, I'm just kidding. But not really. No, anyway. No. He's joke. He's joke, comrade. He's joke. How do they refuel? Progress can refuel Zvezda. Russia's the only country to pull an endo flip of a space station. Okay, speaking of that, we're looking at Soyuz MS-20 right here. It's going through processing at Baikonur here, and then you can see there's a progress over here. There's two of them. Two resupply capsules right there. This Soyuz is not finished yet, but this is the one that Yusaku Maezawa will fly on with his assistant and... Hey, привет, Shinar. Как дела? Naked Soyuz! Don't you dare. Don't you dare do that. No, it's not naked, alright? He just has shirt off. I forget who's commanding that mission. Who's commanding the mission with Yusaku? I forget. How come the Russian ones are partially black? That's their insulative material that they use, Morton. Some Russian. Alright. Space Adventures. Here, I'll just take a look. It's Yusaku Maezawa, his assistant, and who's commanding that mission? Alexander Misurkin. There we go. Spasiba. Alright, let's see what we got. Hey Frank, what's going on? But how internal pipes, or is there outside plumbing? It's part of the docking port, Goalie. Fuel transfer capability. Look, if the docking port's gonna hook in and latch, that's enough to peg a line in, because the docking port holds tight. So if you have, think like a pneumatic hose, right? What do you do with a pneumatic hose? You move the thing down, right? And then you plug it into position. You don't need the slide piece to put it in. With the ball bearings, to get it to lock in. The docking port does that for you. Literally, it's like that. That's it. And then they use the pressurized system. So with RCS, like, okay, every spacecraft is different. Okay, every spacecraft is different. With reaction control systems on spacecraft, you usually have a helium pressure tank, and that helium pressure tank is feeding into the liquid fuel and oxidizer tanks. And you open up the pre-valves and you just vent the helium into the tanks, and it squeezes a bladder in the tanks and it shoots the propellants wherever you need to go. With a hypergolic system, it's pretty easy to do fuel transfer. It's not that bad. You just pressurize the tanks, and instead of routing fuel to the thrusters, you route fuel through the docking port to the fuel tanks. And then squeeze the bladder, moves the fuel to the other one. Done. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, the Russians have been doing it for decades. The first fuel transfer between a Soyuz or a Progress, well, Progress is from the 80s, so yeah, decades. I mean, I'm pretty sure they did it with Soyuz and Salyut, though, and that goes back to the 60s. That feeling when the first thing heard after opening the stream is rotating ISS. Here. Look. This should make you, not for decades, but for fun, yeah. This should make you happy. That guy that's working on closeout on the Soyuz has a mullet. He has a mullet. Yep. Guy has a mullet. It's good to see that that trend has gone overseas. I'm actually pretty damn happy about that. Guy has a mullet. I approve of this. I approve of this! This is great! Transcontinental mullet. Very good, very good. Yep. Guy has a mullet. It's pretty awesome. Yep. Alright, they're installing the panels on the back here. Straight up mullet. That guy is my hero. What a legend. Fire that man, American spy. No. He's not Florida man. I swear. No. He's Evgeny. He is good. He's a good person. That is awesome. Oh, wait a minute. Bro, that is legendary. Russian mullet. He's good. He's very good. Oh, deployable antenna. He's testing it. Literally spring-loaded, guys. Yep. Pulls the dowel out, and you guys see how that system worked, right? I mean, the mullet is a little distracting, but check this out. This is some kind of antenna or something. I don't know how it works, and I don't know what it does. But what I can tell you is the deployment mechanism. So check this out. There's a pilot dowel right there. Or there's just a dowel that holds that thing closed. This right here is the decoupler flange. So when Soyuz decouples, this pin falls out. And when it falls out, it unloads the springs and the antenna opens. Simple. Doesn't need to be complicated. Ready? Pop. Literally idiot-proof. As long as Soyuz separates from its third stage, that antenna will deploy. See? That's what he's testing. That's cool. What is the Russian Florida man? I don't know.
Discovery.
Our Russian viewers are going to have to comment on that one. What oblast is the most like Florida? Basically full of, not backwoods people, but, you know, more rural folks, let's say. Omsk? The Siberians? Omsk is the Florida of Russia? Really? I wouldn't have seen that one coming. I don't think Siberians are like Floridians. I think Siberians are close to people from Alaska, if I had to guess, because they're, you know. That's just a guess. But once again, yeah, you guys are going to have to tell me. I don't know. Where are the people that are not from the city? What's wrong with Florida, man? Nothing. I love Florida. Interesting, Hellfish. Yukosransk. Where's that, Vasya? Chernobyl. No, that's the Pennsylvania of Russia. Because 3 Mile Island, that was a terrible reference. Chebolinsk. Kamchatka, man? Alright, let's take a look. Where's Chebolinsk? It's an analog of bumfrick nowhere. See, that's the thing. Florida isn't nowhere. It's Florida. Alright? Florida isn't nowhere. It's Florida. It's different. There's plenty. It's not so much rural, right? But, okay. Chelyabinsk is a home for brutal people. Do I want to ask why, Shinar? I don't want to know. Oh, I got some factories there. Bro, look at all the trains. I like trains. Factories. Ah. Yes. That's a lot of factories, dude. Ooh, what's over here? Huh. Making concrete, or? Chelyabinsk is Detroit post-recession. Ah, that's unfortunate. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like this game anymore. I don't want to play this game. Coal. That's a lot of coal. Nice. That's cool, man. Very cool. Chelyabinsk. Chelyabinsk. Sorry, have to. Chelyabinsk. Interesting. So that's Detroit. Yeah, okay. Not exactly what I'm looking for. What about Sochi? What's Sochi like? Sochi seems like the Florida. That seems right because the weather is relatively nice. Warm and expensive. Okay, so that seems like Miami. Got it. Sochi is like LA, a boring tourist town. Okay, Miami. All right, got it. Yep. Okay, that makes more sense. So that's kind of Florida-ish. Southern Florida is very expensive. Sochi does have a space shuttle, though. That's nice. They put the Winter Olympics in Sochi. Andy, can you name a part of Russia that's in a subtropical climate? If you can, we'll associate that to Florida. All this conversation started because of a damn mullet. Awesome. Cuba. I guess that kind of makes sense. The mullet is powerful. I would say the Caucasus is where you want to find Florida, man. Okay. It's not naked. It's not naked. It just has its shirt off, okay? No, it's not riding a horse. Shut up. I saw somebody make that reference. Shut up. If I understand correctly, the concept of Florida, man, I'd say the Caucasus is the closest. So yeah, Florida man is... Well, shoot. I've never had to describe Florida man. It's not backwoods, but it kind of is, but it kind of isn't. So, okay, all right. For the international viewers, Florida man is a meme, all right? It's a meme from the States because in Florida, they're very lax about a lot of things. It's just like, all right, whatever. So one of those things is the police reports. All right, the police reports are made very public. So if you get arrested or whatever, right? There's like this weird law where you could basically they can report it and they can say whatever they want, right? So that ends up getting a lot of clickbaity headlines. So like Florida man bites alligator's head off and throws it in a Walmart department store or something ridiculous, right? So Florida has a reputation for being crazy. Like, just crazy stuff happens in Florida. Like rocket launches. That's cool. That part of Florida is not very crazy. Titusville is very chill. Florida to the USA is what the USA is to the world. You shut your mouth. you shut up. No. Okay, maybe you're right. Then it's Omsk. Don't ask why. Shinar, okay, so the Russian version of Florida Man would be the most tracksuit wearing, lot of driving, you know, like Slav squatting place around. Like we're talking smoking a cigarette like this, wearing a flat top cap with a tracksuit and Adidas ROMs and standing around like this on the corner all day. What is the city that has the most of that? That's the Florida Man city. You can point on any place on a map in Russia you'd miss. You wouldn't miss. Damn it. Ufa, in your opinion? Or any of Moscow's suburbs? Mytishi,
Discovery,
Kimki.
go at throttle.
Sounds like your neighborhood. Okay, maybe I just described a lot of Russia. But then again, a lot of the states were kind of lax on a lot of things over here. That's kind of how we do stuff. And just don't be an idiot, I guess. Like, see last before last. Who? There's a game where you Google Florida Man and your birthday for a sort of this day in history. Oh, God. Russia has hard bass. What does USA have? We got country and Western. We got both kinds of music. Blues. We got blues. That's cool. Blues are cool. Rock and roll. Rock and roll originally is from the U.S. and rock and roll is based off of R&B, which is based off of blues. What's that KSP2 used to fix ports? It's called KML. School project in progress, almost ready for print. Hey, I like. Anyway, let's finish watching this footage. See, that guy, he does not have mullet. He has chin diaper. This day in Florida Man history. Florida Man loses shorts while breaking into a car dealership. Yep. Yep, okay. See, the funny thing about Florida is that if you actually go to Florida, you won't see any of this. It's just you hear about it. That's all. That's why Florida's fun, man. I like living there. It was a good time. I enjoyed it a lot. But then again, I'm kind of... So, maybe it makes sense. Okay. I saw a gator eat another gator down here at Turkey Point. Oh, hell yeah, man. That sounds metal as frick. That guy has a baseball cap on. He's a spy. Cool. Cool. I'm not touching that one, Kim. So, this is the processing stand. They're going to get all the rest of this stuff installed. Look at the wire harness, man. That cable management, though. Very nice. Very nice. Is the belt the Florida of the system in the Expanse? Yeah. Huh. Cool. All right, so let's go into more news here. Let's see. Pritchell. Okay. First view. Peter Dubarov sent a panorama from the nodal module, which became part of the ISS on Friday. The nodal module is a spherical sealed compartment with the components located inside and out of it, ensuring fulfillment of its tasks. I love this picture. This picture is amazing. What up? Check 2 recent videos on Roscosmos' media YouTube. Okay. But also, whoop! Peter's like, hey. Or as NASA says, Piotr. Gopnik, I believe, is the term, Scrote. I'm cosmonaut and they make me take selfies. Yes, this picture is nice. Okay, can I get back to work now, please? Kim, you see that? You see that the NASA PAOs call Piotr because they try to say it the Russian way of saying it, and they fail miserably. It's kind of funny, actually. Freaking. His name's Peter, damn it. Like, how can this possibly be misconstrued? Sorry, this is just one of those things where I'm like, ugh. Anyway, awesome picture. Prichal was installed. I was sleeping when it was installed. But yeah, that's the Nota module, the Uzlovoy, or utility module. Now, that brings us into the next bit of news, which is actually pretty freaking cool. So check this out. This is coming from Katya Pavlichenko. And what she's saying is Roscosmos, and she's a correspondent for basically, she reports on what's going on with the Russian space program. So how do you then unfuse the ports? You have to open up the persistence file and then scroll down and find something about docking and docky, and then right click on it and fix it. Let's see. Roscosmos and NASA, make sure you back up everything before you screw around with that, Snackless. Please do that. I'm not going to be the one that messes up your persistence save. Roscosmos and NASA begin the negotiations on the harmonization of technical standards on the ISS, said Dmitry Rogozin. Among other things, it will allow to dock Crew Dragon to Prichal using a docking adapter. Korolev, Russia. What's I know that's a month. November. Yeah, okay, so the 26th of November, RA Novosti. That basically says the exact same thing. Okay, cool. Let's just translate it. Whoop. U.S. manned spacecraft Crew Dragon will be able to dock to the Russian module Prichal of the ISS. NASA and Roscosmos are discussing this. Dmitry Rogozin, general director of Roscosmos, told reporters on Friday. At the moment, NASA and Roscosmos have begun negotiations on the harmonization of technical standards. Huh. I did, Swishio, yeah. Huh. Let's read. While the module was flying, the Progress MS-17 resupply vehicle departed from Nauka to the ISS and took with it a spacer that would allow spacecraft to be docked to Nauka, but it would prevent the module from docking. Wait, what? Wait, didn't MS-17 take Piers down with it? I'm confused. I agree, Tape. Yeah, I agree with you. No modules can be docked to Prichal. Except for... Okay, you can't dock other modules to it, but you can dock... Well, no, that's not true. As long as something has a Soyuz docking port, it can. There was an interim docking port between Nauka and Progress. Oh. Really? Yeah, Shinar, that's what redneck means. Redneck is it ended up getting used as a derogatory term for rural people that do a lot of work. You know, redneck, back of your neck, it's red because you're working the fields all day. You do a lot of work. but that's what it means. I mean, just rural worker, I guess, would be the translation, I suppose. I mean, some people out in the middle of the U.S. wear that badge with pride because they pride themselves on doing work. I can appreciate that. I like doing work. I enjoy it. I get a great satisfaction out of my job. Screw me, right? Like, Pritchell has 5 ports for receiving manned and unmanned ships, as well as various modules. The new module will make it possible to dock to the ISS, in particular, the new Russian spacecraft Eagle, intended for flights eventually to the moon. The module will be the last that Russia will add to the ISS segment. That's a shame. It was just a small ring adapter, like 5 centimeters thick. Interesting. Okay. Hey, work. I just got home from that place. Yeah. That's very interesting. Let's see. Dmitry Rogozin said that Russia... Okay, so this is the next bit of news. I hope that would be cool if we could dock more stuff. We kind of need more docking adapters. Dmitry Rogozin said that Russia must send a mission to Venus by 2030. Otherwise, it will fall out of the top 3 great space powers, which is unacceptable. The next Russian mission to Venus must become Venera D, a joint USA-Russia project. You should come to the moon with us if you want to do that. I mean, if you don't want that, I mean, come to the moon with us, bro. Should do that. Nice hat. Thank you. Dmitry noted that American partners still need a political agreement to work on this mission. And of course, the mission can be delayed for many reasons, such as lack of electronic components or failed tests. Oy. Bauxy, I think in the context of what he's saying, he's thinking about the USA, Russia, and China, yeah. There was an interim docking port between Nauka in progress. Give me 1 second, guys. Huh. Okay. Did you already go over the LCRD launch? What does that mean? Venus landing mission? Well, that's what Venera is planned to do. Yeah. Did you see the video of inside the Starship nose cone? Yeah, I did. I'm not gonna show it, dude, because that's... It's not... It's not that it violates any ITAR or anything. It's that it's SpaceX proprietary. They clearly took it down for a reason, because they didn't want it up there, because they don't want people peeping on the inside of their ship. I don't think that there's necessarily any ITAR things with the inside of Starship, but it does look cool, doesn't it? Do we know anything about the Russian plans to go to the moon, since they don't want to contribute to Gateway? They have an MOU with the Chinese, and they're planning on doing that at the late end of this decade, Swishio. That's the plan, but we haven't really heard much about it. I mean, Elon posted nose cone footage from SN1. Yeah, but that's Elon, Bauxy. I mean, that's Elon as opposed to somebody that's not Elon. You know what I mean? So it's not ITAR, it's just SpaceX proprietary. Yeah, I know. That's what I just said. I'm confused. The moment here, the ring is seen. Ah, 1337. Very nice. Yeah, let me take a look. Why is this the first that I'm hearing about this? And what launched with the... Hello, okay. I'm so confused. You just forgot. What? What did that come up on? Did that come up on Nauka? I'm really confused. I don't ever remember this. Why don't I remember this? Yenisei is still in development, Ryan. Yeah, it was on Nauka. So, does Pritchell have a spacer like this? I'm confused. Wait, does Pritchell have that as well? Is it I thought it was this. I thought it's all SSVP. It's all Soyuz's docking port. I'm really confused now. Where did this come from? I don't remember this being here. Nauka had a ring where Progress could dock, but Pritchell wouldn't be able to do it. Progress had to dock and deorbit it. Oh. Does Pritchell have a different form of docking port? I'm confused. Russia uses two types of docking ports, the normal G4000 for ships and the M8000 hybrid for the modules. Orion, is that like APAS? Or are the G4000 and the M8000 two different versions of an SSVP, of a Soyuz-style docking port? Because now I'm really confused. now I'm really confused. Because I know about, most of the docking ports that they have up there. So Soyuz docking ports, androgynous peripheral attachment systems, pressurized mating adapters, APAS 95, 85 and 75, common berthing mechanisms, and then the International Docking System Standard, the IDSS. It must be a variation on an SSVP, Chem. And M8000 is an SSVP with APAS rings. Huh. Now, Orion, you know in Starship Troopers where they're like, would you like to know more? Is there any type of reference for this? Where are you getting this from? I'm just curious. I'm very interested. I would love to read more. I want to learn. There's a note about it on the wiki. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, Anatoly. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Systemy Styakovsky. Nope, I'm not going to try to pronounce that one. Vinat Trangnigo. That's not how you say that. Perekhoda SSVP. System for docking and internal transfer is a docking standard used by Soviet and Russian spacecraft, sometimes called RDS. Vnutrenigo. Yeah? The Eastern versions are better. Okay. Oh, this is very nice. The Russian article has pictures to compare. Oh, even better. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Ah, okay. Oh, differences. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, it has APAS hooks on it. Interesting. So that's the M8000 right there. Now, look at the difference. Yeah, okay. Okay. Huh? Ah. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's a different variant of the same docking port. Interesting. And there's the IDSS right there. Or at least, that's kind... no, that's not the IDSS at all. International Berthing and Docking Mechanism. That's a version of... Yeah, interesting. They're standardizing all the docking ports. So that port that's on the bottom of Nauka and on Prichal, could you theoretically dock it to this? Like, I don't think... No, you can't, because the SSVP will get in the way. Interesting. Seems like they're standardizing all the docking hooks. Does the androgynous port have an advantage in comparison to the non-androgynous port when counting the male-to-female thing? More modular capability, Gene. Yeah, you can... The more options you're afforded, you know, the more flexibility you have when you're flying around in space. Like, I can think of several reasons why having standardized docking ports on your space station for receiving spacecraft probably would be a good idea. And that probably is the reason why, you know, the Russians and the Americans are even talking about docking a Dragon to Prichal at all. Because Dragon's International Docking System Standard and the Russian M8000 receiving port are similar. They have the same docking hooks. So it's an easy win. It's an easy fix. And then you have more docking ports for Dragons and Starliners. The M8000 was able to dock with the space shuttle, as far as I know. Well, Nemetko, it's something that I always talk about. The American space shuttle flew with a Russian docking port its entire career. What was the first space station that the shuttle docked to, Mir? They just took Buran's docking port and put it in the shuttle. Not the exact one. They took the design. But I can't say that they may have. Maybe. It's possible. Hello, Forgotten Astronaut. How are you? We should actually look into that. We should look into see if Buran's airlock module was harvested for parts and put in the American space shuttle. Wouldn't that be something? No, Kim, when I say the shuttle flew with a Russian docking port, I mean they took APAS off of something else and put it in the American space shuttle for the shuttle Mir missions. Space shuttle is over, no? It's been over for 10 years, forgotten. Yeah. Yeah, androgynous peripheral attachment system. There it is. There's APAS. That's the shuttle's docking port. The American space shuttle flew its entire career. There it is, right there. Flew its entire career with a Russian docking port. I'm talking about APAS and IDSS. Yes, APAS and IDSS are similar. Very similar. Oh, look, there's that Space Hab module behind it as well. Remember that we were talking about that thing at the beginning of the stream. See the Space Hab module behind it? The middle part of Pearson Poisk is based on the Buran docking compartment. Yeah, the airlocks, Orion. Yeah. Mir has an APAS 89. The shuttle had the 95 variant, but not sure what was different. Interesting. Ah, I know what that says. Shuttle. The shuttle. I know that word. That's a nice word, boy, I tell you what. It was dangerous and expensive. Alright. You think so? I disagree. Shuttle. It's not shuttle, it's shuttle. It's hard to pronounce if you don't. It's hard to get that word correct. Shuttle. Like you have to make that noise. NASA finally dropped the full uplift re-entry video from EFT-1. Did you FIO it too? Say it 3 times fast. Yet. Interesting. Okay. Anyway. Let's see. All right. So let's check this out. There is another space test program mission that's going to be launched on Atlas, the STP-3 mission for the Space Force's Space Systems Command. And ULA has a mission profile video about that. Let's check it out. Just because I FIO everything doesn't mean you don't enjoy it. No false statements were made there.
Solid rocket boosters ignite to lift the Atlas V rocket away from the pad. Together, the main engine and 5 SRBs generate a combined liftoff thrust of 2.4 million pounds, or 11.5 meganewtons. Shortly after liftoff, Atlas begins a pitchover to attain the proper flight path, while minimizing the dynamic pressure the vehicle experiences during flight.
Very aesthetic.
The Atlas V reaches Mach 1, the speed of sound,
Hey,
in
Shoreline,
35
what's up, buddy?
seconds. The first 2 SRBs are jettisoned at 1 minute 47 seconds, followed nearly 2 seconds later by the remaining 3 SRBs. Approaching payload fairing jettison, the Atlas V is burning propellant at a rate of 2,000 pounds, or 907 kilograms per second, traveling more than 7,500 miles, or 14,000 kilometers per hour, and located 64 miles, or 119 kilometers in altitude, 150 miles, or 277 kilometers downrange. During ascent, the spacecraft is protected inside a 5-meter diameter payload fairing. This 2-piece, out-of-autoclave composite shell encapsulates both the Centaur upper stage and the 2 spacecraft.
Cool.
At approximately 3 minutes 30 seconds, when the rocket has climbed above the densest part of Earth's atmosphere, the payload fairing is jettisoned.
And then FLR.
At 4 minutes 27 seconds.
Oh, they didn't include the forward load reactor separation. What the heck's that about? So, okay. There's a reason why. Okay, all right. I'll explain it. There's a reason why Atlas V has the Centaur stage inside of a gigantic fairing. The reason is because of loads. The Atlas V is pushing. It has a lot of boosters. This is why the smaller Atlases can't launch with 5 SRBs, because of the loads on the Centaur stage. The loads on the Centaur stage are too much. So they came up with the idea of using the fairing as extra structural rigidity for the upper stage. So I don't know why they never talk about this, but this is very important to understand. If you look right here, there's a huge structural bulkhead. See right there? See that ring? That ring is called the FLR, the forward load reactor. It's basically a strut for the upper stage, along with the fairing, to help the Centaur be able to take the load from 5 SRBs in an RD-180. The forward load reactor is super important there. If we're speaking in Kerbal terms, the forward load reactor would be a strut that runs from the Centaur stage to the fairing. That's speaking about it in Kerbal terms. But see what I'm talking about? There's a reason why they put the upper stage inside of the fairing, because Atlas V in the 500 series configuration is using the fairing for structure. Because Centaurs are basically like a balloon. They literally have something inside of them called balloon tanks. And guess what happens if you compress the balloon tanks too much? So they need to transfer the load to the fairing, and that's what that forward load reactor is all about. They cut the camera and they show it. The FLR jettison is gone. They didn't even show it.
6 seconds later, the Atlas Centaur separation system.
Question: why are there 2
to
fueling
release the
umbilical
booster
ports at the
stage.
second stage on
The
Atlas
vehicle
V?
now weighs a little more than 5% of what it did at liftoff.
Show me a picture.
At 4 minutes 43 seconds, the first Centaur main engine burn begins. Centaur's RL-10 main engine will perform 3 burns over nearly 6.5 hours. The first 2 burns each last approximately 6 minutes and are used to circularize Centaur's parking orbit and then move into geosynchronous transfer orbit.
Hello.
At approximately 6
Oh, where
hours,
are
25 minutes after liftoff, the RL-10 ignites for a final burn.
There.
This burn enables Centaur to make a plane change to its geosynchronous separation orbit.
Bro. Fire me up. That's one
Centaur's
hell of an
parking
upper
orbit,
stage.
and then move into geosynchronous transfer orbit. At approximately 6 hours, 25 minutes after liftoff, the RL-10 ignites for a final burn. This burn enables Centaur to make a plane change to its geosynchronous separation orbit.
That's a 27-degree on-orbit plane change. Holy balls. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's a 27-degree inclination plane change at 36,000 kilometers, though, about 23,500 miles, which is, I mean, still, the fact that Centaur has enough to put that stage up in space, put it to geostationary transfer orbit, and then do a freaking plane change like that, yeah, that's a pretty good upper stage. We should use that more. Why not just launch closer to the plane? Because Florida's right here, and that's where the launch pad is. I mean, unless we want to put a launch site like right here or something on the equator. It's only got one bell, it's trash. Yeah, whatever. Why not build another cosmodrome?
Centaur completes
I mean, we are in Texas. Does that help?
its commanded shutdown. This capability ensures a very precise injection. Lifespan of both spacecraft is further increased by a Centaur-provided in-flight power system, which ensures both spacecraft have fully charged batteries during the long ascent to orbit. At 6 hours, 30 minutes, 15 seconds, Centaur releases STP-SAT-6 into geosynchronous orbit for the Space Force.
Do it.
Following
Vulcan.
an approximately 40-minute coast, Centaur releases the Space Force's LDPE-1, completing the longest mission in Atlas's more than 60-year history.
Wow. Yo, this mission's crazy. That's insane. That's ridiculous. This is like Kerbal stuff, man. But like in Kerbal, you could just coast your stage for however long. Being able to actually do that in real life is really tough. That's really hard to do. Why not just tilt the entire planet? Well, so Uckerman, yeah, Atlas has to launch from Florida or from Vandenberg. Florida would be easier. It would be easier to get to geostationary transfer from Florida than it would be from Vandenberg, because you basically have to get as close to the equator as possible. Now, don't get me wrong. You could, if ULA made like an Atlas launch pad down in Kourou in French Guiana, yeah, you could basically launch on the equator and go. But Atlas's pad is in Florida, and Atlas has a stage that's more than well capable of doing this mission. So why move the launch site? Moving launch pads is expensive. Ask me how I know. Hey, Hammernails, what's going on? See what I'm talking about? If the upper stage is capable of doing this, you don't need to move the pad. You don't need to do that. How do you know? Because GSE makes my face hurt, rocket guy. Just use Ariane 5 or Soyuz. I don't think Soyuz could do this type of mission, Kem. Ariane 5 probably, yeah, but I'm not sure about Soyuz. And Angara with a Perseus stage could do it. Whenever that comes around. Have you been on one on a launch pad? Yes. I've walked on 39B. Does that help? And Slick 41. Does that help? Could Proton? Maybe. What was the payload mass? Classified. I don't know. Kem, if I had to guess with Atlas V's geo numbers, probably 5 tons. That's just off the top of my head. Why does it show firing thrusters after the burn? Precise insertion, goalie. Centaur uses its Aerozine RCS to be able to do precise insertion. That's what makes it so damn good. You know how you can hit caps lock in Kerbal and your RCS pulses are very, very, very small? Centaur can do that in real life. It can modulate. You can modulate those thrusters to like down to like a centimeter a second. Yeah, that's how ULA achieves their super precise insertions. Because Centaur's literally cheating. It's freaking cheating. Anyway, Hokie, you ask where's the umbilical? So let me take a look here. Let's see if we can see it. Right there. See that sucker? That's your umbilical. Centaur is loaded from the bottom. It has a fueling port on the bottom. And then there's a pipe that goes up the side. Geo, Angara, and Proton could do it. But not 39A, what a shame. I've stood next to it. Not on a damn tour bus, Ismik. Does that help? How did they get this Soyuz to launch from Guyana? It's a Russian rocket, so it seems way out of place. Shortline, Russian rockets are designed to be moved by train. If you ever noticed any Russian rocket, they all have very similar core diameters. And the ones that don't have similar core diameters are assembled out of smaller pieces that have similar core diameters. The reason why? Russia doesn't have the infrastructure. It's not like they have a highway that reaches their launch pad like we do. Heck, a highway doesn't even work for us. Most stuff has to get transported by boat. And I'm pretty sure trying to get to Baikonur via boat is not a good idea. I mean, there was a body of water that was kind of near it at one point, but yeah. Well, not really for Energia. Energia isn't Russian. It's Soviet. So, even during the times of the Soviet times, here. That's caps lock. Even during Soviet times, they still had to transfer the rocket in pieces, and they did via plane. They manufactured the components and then flew them there. They can't transport it via ground. You can't do that. There's no infrastructure to move something like that. I'll be honest with you. There's no infrastructure to move something like this via ground in the United States. We have to use ships. They don't have that. They can't do that. There's not a canal that goes right to Baikonur. That would be kind of cool, but that's not really how that works. Heck, they had to transfer the Burans in pieces as well. They couldn't assemble the full Buran in Tushino, I think, and transfer it in one piece. They had to transfer it in segments. The reason why is because this thing wasn't finished yet. The AN-225, just on a side note, there's a reason why it's the biggest plane. The Russians built this not because they needed to build a bigger plane. They built this to be able to transfer Buran in one shot from Moscow to Baikonur. That's a long way. And if you just use the VMT or you use something else, you would have to make stops along the way, just like the 747 did. Having the shuttle on the back of your airplane makes it not very fuel efficient. These things are designed to make drag, remember? So even the space shuttle, the American space shuttle with the 747, it only could go about 1,000 miles at a time. So it had to stop, refuel, take off, stop, and refuel. The Russians want to basically get there in one shot. That's why they built this big plane. Not because Buran is super heavy or whatever. It weighs less than the space shuttle. It doesn't have 3 big engines sitting out the back, right? It's because they wanted to get it there in one piece. That's why they built that. It's not because, they needed a bigger plane. No, they wanted to basically fly it there in one shot. There's no infrastructure out there. Russia is huge. It's gigantic. Bigger than the U.S. It's very, very big. I mean, I've never been there, but I have driven across the U.S., so I have some reference here. I've driven across an entire continent. By the way, the pilot of the AN-225 has a YouTube channel with regular updates. Ooh. Not Buran. Primary AN-225 was designed to transport the Energia main tank. In one piece? Oh, I would have liked to have seen that. I would have liked to have seen that. But Nemetko Point still stands, right? It was designed to move it there in one shot, not stopping and refueling and stopping and refueling. It was designed to get there in one shot, so they just built a bigger plane. But see, even the AN-225, it's just a bigger AN-124. They just made it bigger and made the wings bigger and gave it 6 engines, and then changed the tail around a little bit. Very epic. So the Russians wanted another place to launch, and the ESA offered. Yeah. So, okay, going back to Soyuz to answer the question. Soyuz, because it needs to be transported by train, and Soyuz is easy to manufacture in the first place, if you can transport it by train, you can transport it by ship. Soyuz is very, very simple. Its pad is more complicated than the damn rocket, but that's on purpose because it started life as an ICBM. ICBMs generally have a very inexpensive rocket and a very complicated launch pad, like a missile silo, right? That's what it started life as. So the pad is more complicated than the damn rocket. The rocket's simple. Heck, you want to know how they light the engines? Astra uses the same thing. They stick a match up the nozzle and turn the tap on. Like if you turn a propane grill on and you throw a match into it, it's literally that. It's that simple. So that's why. That's why they launched from Guyana, because Soyuz, if you can build the pad, you can transport the rocket pretty much anywhere. Heck, they could shoehorn the rocket into a plane. No problem. But yeah, that's why the AN-225 exists. I've even seen things on like the Discovery Channel saying that the Russians couldn't make they couldn't make it as efficient plane, so they needed to make a bigger plane. Nope. Try again. Our company had to use one of those to transport a steam generator for a nuke plant across the Atlantic. Cool. Did you already talk about it? Yeah, Semi, I talked about it at the beginning. I started Space News with that, dude. Okay, you'll go back. All right, cool. Yeah, that's why they made the 225, so they could just move stuff in one shot, because they don't have like a highway system. Russia doesn't have the dispersed kind of industry that the U.S. has. And, I mean, like, there's not really that big of a superhighway system like what we have, But that's because it's not that they couldn't do it. It's that, think about Russia like Alaska, okay? Does Alaska have a superhighway? No. You have the Alcan Highway. You have the Alcan Highway, which goes from Seattle basically all the way up. You want to see what the Alcan Highway looks like? It's not a superhighway, that's for sure. And that road ain't paved. That road ain't paved. Pythos, you tell them. It's not paved. It looks like a road that you'd find in Russia. Huh. Funny how that works. Very interesting, isn't it? That really gets the noggin jogging, doesn't it? It's because the terrain is not very forgiving. Yeah, just like Alaska, not very forgiving. Wrong answer. I am a meat popsicle. Yeah, it's funny because Alaska was part of Russia. See, you gotta provide the context. It's not like they could just go build like a 10-lane freeway that goes from Vladivostok to Moscow. That would be very hard to do. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the way. Give back Alaska? Hell no, man. Hell no. No, where were we gonna put our rednecks? I'm just kidding, Alaska. I love you. Hey, you gave it up. You sold it to us. It was fair and square. That's your own fault. That's your fault, not mine. Energia never happened, sadly, but that split tail is because of the tank ends between the tails. It's pretty awesome. I think it's more, it has to do with drag, but yeah, that's good too. Alaska was part of Russia? Yeah, Druid. Does Alaska sound like an American name to you? Alaska, Kamchatka, Siberia. No, it was Russian territory until the late 1800s. Actually, mid to late 1800s. We bought it from them. The U.S. bought Alaska from Russia, from the Russian Empire. Oh yeah, that happened. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, Sea Kraken. Mm-hmm. How much was it? The Alaska purchase, or Predazia Alaski, sale of Alaska, was the United States acquisition of Alaska from the Russian Empire. Alaska was formally transferred to the United States on October 18th, 1867, through a treaty ratified by the U.S. Senate. How much? The purchase added 580,000 square miles of new territory to the U.S. for the cost of $7.2 million in 1867 dollars. In modern terms, the cost was $133 million in 2020 dollars. Crap, we stole that. Damn, dude, that's nothing. Bro. Yeah, I wish. I freaking wish, Nemetka. That'd be cool. Yeah, that's cheaper per acre than the Louisiana purchase. Yep. And then we found out later that it had oil. So that ended well. For us, I guess. I think they also offered that to the UK. Yeah, Tessa, I'm not going to say that we didn't benefit from that. That was probably a good idea. Good call. Alaska has gold and silver. What was the reason to buy it in the first place? They did not know about the oil and the gold yet. History lesson time? Let's see. Many Americans believed in 1867 that the purchase process had been corrupted. But, wait, hold on. Seward and many other Americans believed that Asia would become an important market for the country's products, and expected that Alaska would serve as a base for American trade with Asia and globally for American power in the Pacific. While agreeing with Seward about the benefit to trade, Senator Charles Sumner was unusual in expecting that the territory would be valuable on its own. Having studied the records of explorers, he believed that it contained valuable animals and forests. That was not incorrect. He compared the acquisition to contemporary European colonialism, such as the French conquest of Algeria. As chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, he sponsored a bill to acquire the territory. Seward told the nation that the Russians estimated Alaska contained about 2,500 Russians and those of mixed race, and 8,000 indigenous people. In all, about 10,000 people under the direct government of the Russian Fur Company, and possibly 50,000 Inuit and Alaskan natives living outside its jurisdiction. The Russians were settled at 23 trading posts placed at accessible islands and coastal points. At smaller stations, only 4 or 5 Russians were stationed to collect furs from the natives for storage and shipment when the company's boats arrived to take it away. There were 2 larger towns, New Archangel, now named Sitka, which had been established in 1804 to handle valuable trades in the skins of the sea and in the skins of sea otter. In 1867, and in 1867 contained 116 small log cabins with 968 residents. So we bought it for money. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. Is there any chance you do a watch along kind of thing on the massive Russian rocket engine roundup? Alexander, no. Tim doesn't want me to show his stuff. on here, and that's not because he hates us or anything. It's because he wants views on his YouTube channel. Perfectly understandable. I can't watch it. I'm not going to watch it here out of respect. Your last, please. And this render at 0.25. Okay. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, yeah, the mustard video. Nice. I bet you'd give Louisiana back these days. No. Infamous Vickers. What was your last? Oh, no. Okay, it was Louisiana. Yeah, no. Absolutely not. No. All right. Back into space news. Reel you guys back in. Come on. So, I got words of this going around last week, but here, let's take a look. I have Seabass's render queued up. So Irene Klotz from Aviation Week in Space Technology is reporting here that troubleshooting of an engine controller support hardware on one of 4 of Aerojet Rocketdyne RS-25 engines is underway at KSC since November 22nd, when one of the 2 channels of the Engine 4 controller did not respond to power. Schedule impacts, if any, are to be determined pending ongoing testing and analysis. If needed, replacing a line or a component, we're probably talking about multiple days. Replacing an engine, we're probably talking about multiple weeks. On top of that, we have to assess what that does and how that affects the vehicle and the integration activities that are going on. We have to assess all of that before we determine really what kind of timeline we're talking about. Uh-oh. Check DMs if you haven't already. Let's hear Miss Livonia. I'm going to call you that from now on. I'm not. As an automotive mechanic, the first thing I'm doing is checking powers and grounds and the integrity of the wiring harness. Well, it's important to note that it's one of the channels, guys. One channel. There's 2 channels on the controllers because it's double, not single fault redundant. It's double fault redundant. So, you know what? Before I comment anymore, Lavi, I already have it open. Main engine controllers. This is by Wayne Hale. Wayne Hale is a shuttle program manager and flight director for 40 missions. So let's hear what he has to say. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. I will default to his judgment 100% of the time. Let's see. And here, I'll link this up if you guys want to read this. Wayne's blog is amazing. It is amazing if you want to learn about how flight controllers work at NASA. It's very, very, very informative stuff. Recent unconfirmed rumors about the engine controller issues brought a long-ago memory to surface. In about 1991, the chief of the flight director office decided that it would be good to have an exchange program between the flight directors and both the NTDs and convoy commanders. At that time, I was a new shuttle ascent and entry flight director with just a couple of critical phase flights under my belt. In turn, each of the shuttle convoy commanders came to JSC to sit with an entry flight director for a landing, and then each entry flight director took a turn sitting in with the convoy commander vehicle during a shuttle landing. That's where I got to know Tassos Adiabakos, Kelvin Manning, and others. My turn was for a shuttle landing at Edwards. Waiting for the deorbit call with iffy weather, I boldly predicted that Lee Briscoe would delay the landing for a day rather than divert to the secondary target of KSC. When Lee did just the opposite, it was a long time before I heard the end of it. Similarly, the Kennedy Space Center test directors came sequentially to sit with the ascent flight director for a launch, and we returned the favor by going to KSC and observing the action in the firing room for a launch countdown. In July, I followed, I don't know how to say that guy's name, Al-Safji, for STS-43. We went through pre-launch planning. Al was a perfectionist, making sure that the checklists were all in order, the firing room manning was prepared, and even details down to the scheduling of the janitorial crew cleaning the bathrooms. Don't want to delay because the team couldn't get in and out of those facilities in a hurry. Nice, Kamer. I like that. I got the opportunity to ride in the shuttle training aircraft as mission commander. As mission commander, John Blaha shot approaches to the shuttle landing facility. It's quite a ride in the jump seat in the cockpit, watching the runway rush up to you while the engines scream at full reverse thrust, with the flaps and the dive brakes out, and the aircraft still accelerates in a steep approach. What a rush. Yeah, that would freak me out. Finally, on launch morning, there was no spot for me to sit in the NTD row of the firing room, so they put me up on the top row with legendary launch director Bob Siak. I felt like a Padawan under the tutelage of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Nice. Bob was as smart as they come, cooler than ice water, never fazed about anything. He had been a meteorologist in the Air Force before coming to NASA, so the toughest call the launch director has to make is the weather good enough was not a problem for him. It was to be an early morning launch, so the pre-launch action all took place in the wee hours of the night. We got to go for tanking, and the cryogenics started flowing into the shuttle, chilling down the propellant systems, tanks, plumbing, and engines. About at the same time, the smell of cornbread and beans warming upstairs started wafting through the firing room ventilation system. Suddenly, the electronic brains of one of the 3 space shuttle main engines winked off. Just like that, with no notice. It was dead, no activity, no signal, no nothing. It was as if all redundant power feeds had been switched off at once. This was not good. Yeah, it's pretty bad if one of the engine computers shuts off when there's fuel inside of the vehicle. It's probably not a good thing. I'm just putting it out there. Clearly, this was a violation of the launch commit criteria. With the SSME controller failed, the engine could not start. I mean, there's also that. At T-minus 31 seconds, when the onboard redundant set general purpose computers took control, they would immediately halt the launch sequence. And then the phone rang. It was the Space Shuttle Program Manager, Brewster Shaw. I learned a lot from Brewster. He had high standards and always encouraged the team to lean forward, but was always considerate of crew risk. That's probably a good idea. Al Shepard was called the Icy Commander, but he had nothing on Brewster. I found he was very intimidating. He wanted to launch anyway. I was appalled at the time. Now I'm not so sure. It's a complex thing to launch a spacecraft, doubly for the shuttle. As Brewster's successor at the Space Shuttle Program Manager job, Tom Holloway frequently told us, the hardest part of a shuttle flight is getting the first foot off the ground. Later, when it was my turn to hold that position, I frequently talked about Brewster and Tommy and what it took to get the team to commit to that first good foot off the ground. But that night I was a rookie and shocked at what Brewster said. He wanted to know if there was any way to reset the engine controller and try to launch. Wise old Bob Siak shook his head and said probably not, but the team will think about it. Brewster recommended cycling the power switches to see if the computer would come back on. Literally shutting it off and turning it back on. You'd be surprised how often that actually fixes things, even with spacecraft. Oh yeah. We've watched multiple ULA launches where they just turn off Delta 4 and turn it back on and it works. Now, if you're an IT guy, you're probably going, ugh, but hey, it flew just fine, so whatever. But we all knew that even if the computer restarted, it probably couldn't be trusted to perform properly all the way to orbit. Likely nobody would be comfortable with that possibility in just a few hours, but Brewster said try it, so the team did. No joy. The SSME controller was still dead, kaput, non-functional. I like Wayne. No question about what to do. Shortly afterward, the launch scrub was announced. John Blah and his crew hadn't even had breakfast yet. The team at KSC figured out a way to change out the controller on the engine while the shuttle was on the launch pad. Just over a week later, Atlantis launched flawlessly. But I wasn't in the firing room. My travel allowance timed out. I watched from the assistant flight director's seat in the Mission Control Center in Houston. I actually like that better. Better displays there for the flight, but the price was less fire and smoke out the window. And I never got to eat beans post STS-43. That's the real travesty here. Yeah, pretty much, Bill, right? It's a terrible pressure to be a program manager trying to nudge the team into flying, all the while making sure safety is not eroded. It didn't hurt anything to power cycle that computer. I sometimes wonder what we would have done if it had come back on. Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting. I would be more freaked out if it came back on. I mean, especially with something like the shuttle. Because that means it's doing something that you didn't anticipate, which is not. You don't want that. So, kind of hope and pray that it's a hardware failure and just kind of be like, oh, okay, the hardware failed. Brewster changed the shuttle paradigm, which was often stated to fly safely, to a slightly different phrase, safely fly. Thinking about the subtlety of that message when put that way, Brewster put safety first. But he always challenged the team when he thought there was a way to get off the ground. So did I when it was my turn. By the way, when they got that engine controller into the shop and opened it up, a power cable had broken. No doubt due to contraction of the device as the engine got chilled down. No way that computer was going to run. The new RS-25 engine controllers are more reliable and more resilient, but it's still hard to get a rocket first foot off the ground. Interesting insight. Yeah, Crownless, it's interesting. But you don't want to play that game when there's people involved, when people's lives are involved. That's the thing. If that thing had turned back on, I'd be like, eh. Okay, so if you're doing regular IT work, you shut it off, you turn it back on, it works. That's the end of it. You're good. You don't bother to figure out why that problem happened in the first place because that's really above your purview, okay? When a shuttle engine does that, you turn it on and it goes, it flatlines, and then you shut it off and you turn it back on again and it turns back on. I would honestly probably still scrub the launch because that controller is doing something that you don't understand. And that exact type of mentality is what Wayne's talking about in, fly safely versus safely fly. I'd probably be like, nah, let's go look at that physically before we go and put people on this thing. Probably be a good idea. Yeah, so when you're doing space IT, so to speak, right? You need to understand why that system did what it did. Because if you don't understand why and send it, that's how people die. Yeah. Yeah. You know that story. I don't need to say. So that's very interesting that he said that, that he brought that up. Like, it basically, long story short, crap happens. Stuff happens. You got to figure it out. Figure it out before you fly. It'll make it safer. But don't be afraid to challenge your team to figure out why in the heat of the moment. That's fine. There's no harm in trying to figure out why trying to get that controller back on. And then you can, I mean, don't get me wrong, I probably still would have scrubbed it. But, however, if they were able to get that back on and then figure out why it turned off in the first place and be able to understand what caused that failure mode on that controller, i.e. if it was something software related instead of a cable coming unplugged because of thermal contractions, right? Then maybe you send it. It kind of depends. Yeah, Kamer, it's very interesting. Now, how does that apply to SLS with basically exhibiting the exact same behavior? Stuff takes time, man. That's all. This stuff takes time. This is a human rated system, so you should honestly, for Artemis 1, even though there's no people on it, you should act like there are people on it, because Artemis 2 is going to come around a lot quicker than you think. And it would be good to set the safety standard now instead of later, like what happened with the shuttle, right? That's basically what he's trying to say. Figure that the frick out now so you don't run into problems later and you can get that foot off the ground easier. Makes perfect sense. It would follow the FMECA to determine whether the launch would still occur. All depends on the fault tree and criticality. Yep. Failure mode effects and criticality analysis. Thank you, Rocket Guy. Yeah, I mean, Rocket Guy, let me ask you. If that controller flipped back on, would you be like, yeah, let's go? I wouldn't. I honestly wouldn't. But it depends on if you understood the behavior. If you just flipped it off and flipped it back on, and it was like, okay, we're good to go, I would, no. I would be like, no. Figure out why that thing did what it did before we even get people near this thing. If they flipped it on and they flipped it on and flipped it off and found like a, in the software somewhere, someone didn't put a semicolon somewhere, they put a semicolon, they put it in, it works, then I'd be like, all right, okay, I'll think about it. But that's what that FMECA is what you're talking about. Basically, you have to figure out the severity of the problem. Last, good news. Exactly, I would look for any flags detailing the cause. Yep, and then go from there. Straight up, dude. Fucking, hey buddy, my new pedal box came in. No more sliding around. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, and once again, ULA, like I said, they flipped rockets on and off again. But they've, and it's worked. But they understood why it worked. That's very important to understand. And that's what he's getting at. That's really awesome insight. I could listen to Wayne talk about the shuttle all day. But what if it had a launch abort system? A launch abort system gets you your crew back, Nutbuster, and that's always good, getting your crew back in one piece, but your mission, you still failed the mission. You still didn't achieve what you set out to achieve. Saying, oh, they have a launch escape system. If something goes wrong, that's fine. You're decreasing your odds of success by doing that. You understand what I'm trying to say, Nutbuster? You're going to put people on that. Great, they have the launch escape system. Wouldn't you ideally want them to, succeed and try to improve your odds of success as much as possible? This is what this feeds into. And this is what he means about the bigger picture. Yeah, SLS is having problems. One of the engine controllers isn't doing what it's trying to do. What Wayne is saying in this is you need to figure out what went wrong and why. That'll make this thing easier to safely fly down the road. It'll improve your odds of mission success. This kind of thing is why I don't put abort systems on my capsules in KSP. Instead, I just make the dang thing to make sure the dang thing doesn't have a tendency to, explode. That's why Starship doesn't have an abort system. Synerd, part of it is what I kind of believe in. I believe in you don't try to engineer something to be safe. You engineer it to be reliable, and safety comes through reliability. That's more of how SpaceX does things, and that's more my personal opinion on it. But still, there's still risk aversion no matter what you're doing. But yeah, I get you. I think and once again, this is very important to understand that this is not the end-all, be-all ways. Engineering is about application, okay? That's the important thing to understand. So, would I say SLS shouldn't fly with an abort system? No, SLS should absolutely fly with an abort system because it was engineered to fly with that abort system. Don't take that off. No. The entire vehicle is built around every component flying with it. You don't take one of the boosters off and then try to fly it. That wouldn't end well. You don't take off a component that the vehicle was designed to work with. Now, Starship was not designed with a launch escape system, so SpaceX is trying to achieve that reliability thing. They're trying to make the engines basically as reliable as possible and minimize the possibility of mission failure, and part of that is having multiple engines, right? But that does increase complexity. And increasing in complexity does increase risk. This is a whole numbers balancing game that you play. Where I personally come down in favor of is how SpaceX does it. I like the way they do it. I like the idea of rapid prototyping and constant engine testing to understand what you made. That's really, really important. That is a very quick way of figuring out, of understanding what you built. Because what do I mean when I say understanding what you made? So with rocket science, guys, no matter if it's SpaceX or NASA, you draw up a blueprint, right? You draw up a blueprint, you design the thing, and then you make it, okay? And it doesn't matter if it's SpaceX or NASA. You design it and you do all the math out for how you want the engine to work. Understanding, when I say understanding how it works, is doing testing. And you have to make sure, it's not like you have a control group. It's not like regular scientific method. That's not really how this works. Engineering methodology for rocket propulsion works as follows. You have your math, and your math is the datum. You make sure that the engine does exactly what the math says. No deviations. The more deviations you have, the more you don't understand what you made. Okay? And now don't get me wrong. The math is never going to be exactly 100% right. There is reasonable deviation in your engineering criteria. For instance, that's what the 154 meme is all about. You know, I have the emote in chat, 154. The idea is not to engineer something, you know, that's just good enough for what you need. You engineer it for just good enough and then some. There's a deviation there. So it's not exactly going to do what you want every single time. The real measure of reliability versus safety with rocket science is how far your math is from your actual testing criteria. Now, if you go and say that you want an engine that makes 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust, you build the dang thing and you put it on the test stand and it makes 1,200 kilonewtons of thrust, well, that's a 20% deviation in outcome. That means you did something wrong, which means your engine is doing something that you don't understand.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's a weird kind of way to grasp on to, like, it's not very intuitive at face value when you're thinking about how this stuff works. But if you got to kind of shift your perspective on this a little bit, you know? Engineering is done with numbers. Analysis without numbers is an opinion. Yep. What if it does better than the math says it would have? Synerd, if I had an engine and I wanted the engine to make 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust, and I go to test the engine and it makes 1,200, that means something is doing, that's great, that's a great result. But that means something in that rocket engine is doing something that you don't want. That is deviance and a failure mode. Even if it's overperforming, that is a failure mode. That is something that's doing something in that rocket engine that you don't understand. And that lack of understanding in what you're making can cause problems down the road if you don't address that immediately. That's what Wayne's talking about. In aviation, it's called a factor of safety, and the standard is usually 1.5 or 150% of max expected stress service load. Yeah, Dish, and they did 154. Boeing did, with the 154, with the 777 wing test, they put it to 154%. And what's important to understand is that Boeing was aiming for 154%. They were aiming for that. They weren't aiming for 150. 150 is good enough. And they engineered it to add a little bit on top of that just to be absolutely sure that that thing never has a problem. Have you ever heard of the 777 wings ever having an issue? Ever? Nope. Well, even if I'm pretty sure it was 154, but I won't argue. Even if it's 150, 150 is perfect. That's perfect. That's a less than 4% deviation. That's like maybe a 3 or a 2% deviation in numbers. That's really freaking good. That's really good. That means that shows me that Boeing really understands what the frick they made with the 777 wings. That's what 154 is all about. Dish, I'll give you another example. Another example of Boeing and doing their homework and understanding what they made. Boeing did a test on SLS's hydrogen tank a couple of years ago. And it basically involved taking the tank and putting it in a 20-story tall hydraulic press, a dynamic test stand. They basically crumpled the booster at 260% of its intended load. 260% being it's 2.6 times the amount of load that would be exerted on the hydrogen tank from SLS Block 1. So having a Delta 4 stage, a LOX tank, a Delta 4 stage, and an Orion capsule and service module on top of it. 2.6 times that load factor. They held that tank at 2.6 times load factor for 3 hours. The math said that it would fail at 3 hours and 1 minute. It failed at 3 hours and like 2 minutes. They were able to predict the outcome of that test with a 3% deviation, which is insanely good. That is insane. How do you know? How do you know when the tank's gonna fail? That is really, really good engineering. That's how I know, and that's part of the stuff that people don't talk about when they talk about SLS. People don't understand the amount of precision and that thing goes into. You guys got to remember, SLS has to launch and it has to work on the first try. That's a tall order. That's hard to do. Being able to not only predict the failure modes of like the hydrogen core stage or the hydrogen tank in the core stage within a 3% deviation is unbelievable. That is ridiculously good. It doesn't get better than that, dude. I'd be very, very impressed to see anyone in the industry do better than that. That's really good. Welcome to Hydraulic Press channel. Today we're testing SLS core stage hydrogen tank, so we must deal with it. Holy shoot, that thing exploded! Usually there are two types of structural tests. There's testing for predicted and required performance, factor of safety by 1.5, and then the ultimate load, which is testing to failure so they know where the absolute breaking point is. And once again, Dish, it doesn't matter, you're right, it doesn't matter if it's aviation, it doesn't matter if it's rocket science. You need to understand what the frick you made. Because if you built something and it's doing something different from what you wanted it to do, well, you're increasing your risk of failure. Because if the thing, you go to launch the thing or you go to take the plane off and it does something that you don't want it to do with a bunch of people on board, you're screwed. Or you go to launch a space shuttle with a bunch of people on board and it does something that you don't understand, bad stuff happens, right? Like, and once again, that's what Wayne's talking about in his blog. You have to understand what the frick you made. That's really, really important. And that might delay SLS by a couple of days in the long run, or a week, or even a month. That's fine. That's okay. It's all right. It's not SpaceX, all right? It's not just hit the launch button, launch. It's not that. This is an entirely different manner of testing. Which is why, like, I tell people, going back to what Synerd was saying, this is why I tell people, like, Starship doesn't have an abort system, so what? It's not engineered to have one. The shuttle didn't have an abort system because it's not engineered to have one. Saturn V does, SLS does, because it's engineered to have those things. Because the engineering, the numbers and factors that they come up with for something like Saturn V versus something like a space shuttle are completely different. That's like writing a novel in English and then translating it to Spanish and being worried that, oh, well, the Spanish one is 6,000 words and the English one is 5,000. What's that about? Oh, just, man, wow, can't believe that. You have an extra 1,000 words. That's stupid. Like, oh, I can't believe Starship doesn't have an abort system. That's dumb. It doesn't make that what? You're comparing Spanish to English, I wish they did this kind of thing with computer games. Tessa, we were talking about that the other day when we were talking about Icarus testing. Do you remember? If somebody came along and tested games like that and came up with, like, Agile is implemented all over the software industry, but one like SpaceX, the people that make it actually, I would, if I was say if we were going to start a gaming company, I'd try to run it like that. But that part of that is having your people give a frick, Not having an abort system is still dumb. Tim, you literally just did exactly what it... Okay, never mind. All right, let me put it to you like this, Tim. Prove it with numbers. I heard you, but I very much disagree. Planes don't have abort systems, ejector seats. The ejector seat isn't there because they're thinking the plane is going to fail. The ejector seat is there as a factor of safety for when a missile hits the plane and rips it to pieces. Guys! Guys! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And then the next obvious question to you is that if you did that with games with the price increase to $200, I don't know, Caveman, do you think people would pay $100 for a game that they knew was literally foolproof and exactly as advertised? I don't know. I mean, maybe. Which reminds me, Icarus at 70 hours. Yep. Redundancies, Mass is bad, okay? And Rocket Guy, that goes back to the other thing that I was saying. You know, you achieve safety through reliability. And that reliability comes from testing. And that testing comes from understanding what you made. You know? Just the way that different companies go about doing it is different. There's no standardization for that. Except when it comes to, like, maybe human rating and the rocket equation, right? Like, I'll tell you, chat, the proof is in the pudding. And you know what? I like pudding. All different types of pudding. I like tapioca, chocolate, and vanilla pudding. I'll tell you, the proof is there. People pay $60 for absolute garbage, so the answer is yes. Yeah, but Boxy, if I came to market with a shooting game that was $100 for the game, you know there'd be 1,000 people or 1,000,000 people out there saying, "Man, it's too expensive," and they wouldn't even bother trying to see what the game is about. You know there'd just be a bunch of people whining on Reddit about how this game is nothing new and it's $100, even though it's like literally, it's one of the most solid games around, right? Like, people would be like, yeah, people whine about it. Gamers whining about something? Please tell me more. Yeah, Caveman, that's true. And there's games like Tarkov. Tarkov's pretty good. I thought Tarkov was remarkably solid for what it is. It's very good. There's some weirdness here and there, but it's pretty good. There are a lot of standards, actually. NASA has numerous standards for all types of testing, and there are also international standards. Doesn't mean that those standards work for all companies, though. Yeah, Erasmus, for sure. Elon tweet? What's that, Hokey? What's he saying? Yo. This is great. Yeah. Look. Oh, that's good, man. I love it. $50, by the way. Devlin, hey, thanks for the resub in there too, man. Oh my god. Wait a minute, we were just talking about making a superior product and overcharging for it. That's weird. I heard that cyber whistle blows. Yeah, I know, right? You named your first college in cities after it. Oh, cool. Yes. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. I think we should move into Starship stuff here. How about we start it with Corey's video? I'm only going to show a second of it, fellas. But you guys might want to... Yeah, y'all might want to check this out. I want you guys to go and see the whole video. But here, let me just show you this. Okay. You guys should probably go and check that out. I'll link it up in chat. Yeah, it gets better. It gets better. Nope, go watch the video. Nope, you don't get to see that. All right, let's check out what's going on with NASA spaceflight. So, this is the NASA spaceflight Boca Chica footage. We're going to finish up space news with this. This footage was shot by Boca Chica girl, and is kindly allowed to be shown here on this stream by our buddies over at NASA spaceflight. Make sure you go over and support those guys when you can, okay? Nobody likes a tease. I want you to go and support Corey's channel. I'm not teasing. It's a free sample. It's free real estate. So put it this way. All right, Levy, let's see. Before we get into that. So put it this way. As far as rockets are playing, 737 MAX had 2 hull losses out of 599 and hundreds of thousands of flights and was declared unairworthy for years. Rockets are orders of magnitude away from being as safe as a flawed aircraft. I seriously do not understand where the no abort seat logic comes from. It comes from trying to make them like planes. Is this a difficult concept, Bobby? I'm confused. Hello. You modeled Mechazilla. Let me see up front. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Trying to make a rocket a plane does not make a rocket into a plane. Wait. Lavi, I said they're trying to operate it like a plane. You're trying to operate it like an airplane. I know it's not a plane. I get it. You can't just say I want Starship to operate a plane and suddenly it's got all the qualities of one. Oh, you're making my head hurt. Stop it. Stop doing that. So you design it to be like a plane. Well, it's supposed to be operated like a plane, guys. It's not designed like a plane. It's a rocket.
Go at throttle up.
The operative term there, operation. It's designed to operate with similar safety factors to a commercial airliner, meaning that you have the same probability of failure as a commercial airliner, so no abort system is needed. The abort system should be built into the design. In this case, with Starship, it's engine out capability. Because if a Starship has a problem with its engines on the way up into orbit, it can use the other engines to get there and abort to orbit, just like the shuttle. Engine out capability is huge. That is a big thing to have. In the high frequency of flights with Starship is supposed to basically prove its safety through reliability. Hence, a lot of unmanned testing before anybody even gets near going on one of those things. You're supposed to basically work like it's operated like an airplane, with the same set of safety factors. So if your operating criteria is in a similar set of safety factors or a similar set of circumstances as how an airliner works, i.e. takeoff, land, refuel, pre-flight check, send it again, put people on, new cargo, etc., then your systems criteria for abort systems should be similar to an airplane. That's the idea here. I don't understand where this possibly could be misconstrued. Hey, Blue Adder, 5-month resub. Thank you very much. Once again, like, Starship is still very much in flux. It's in design. How many Raptors can Super Heavy have fail and still reach orbit? About half of them, Laz, to be 100% honest with you. Yeah, about half of them. Dude, it has like 45 meganewtons of thrust. That's double a Saturn V. Literally half of the engines can fail and it would still make it. That's what I mean about safety through reliability. I think that's a great way forward.
Discovery.
Hey, Mutter, 75-month resub. Appreciate it. Yeah, Nutbuster, it's a pretty awesome design. Apparently, SpaceX has reached 240 tons per engine now. It's amazing that they've reached thus parity with the B4. Yep. What they doing? So this right here is the inspection hatch into the unpressurized segment of Starship. This is the top of the methane tank right here. You can tell because of these triangular tabs that they use during integration. This is where they hoist the thing up when they're putting the thing together, and then they cut the tab off and weld the unpressurized segment on it. So up here is all open. If you frequent Twitter, you probably saw the video of it. I don't think that's SN20 though, but I could be wrong. I love the way the tiles look. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. So I got invited to attend the NASCAR Next Gen testing in Phoenix on January 25th, free admission. Oh, that's cool. The video was cool, but disappointed he didn't stack the next Starship. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I know, but she's a beast. I understand that Starship, like any spacecraft, is built for extreme reliability, but regardless of flight rate, the redundant systems inherent to an airplane gliding, staying in the atmosphere that make airplanes so safe just do not exist for Starship. The ability to glide and the lack of staging is critical. That's why I'd maybe understand this argument for an X-33-like spacecraft. What phase of abort are we talking about here, Lavi? I'm confused. Are we talking about a launch escape system? Because that was the context of this conversation to my knowledge here. Could Starship and Super Heavy launch the whole ISS in one go? Nah, Nova Raptor, but then again, it doesn't have to. If it gets the high flight rate, it could build the ISS in a week. Not a week. It would take a couple of months. But still, a couple of months is better than a decade. You know what I mean? Full profile during incentive, obviously. Escapes. This is a little generalized a little. Yeah. See, Lavi, where I'm like, is because do you seem to imply that SpaceX hasn't weighed these numbers. I'm confused. The implication here is that you know more. And what do I always say about that? You don't know more. I'm trying to just understand the safety factor of Starship. I'm trying to understand why SpaceX is implementing it the way that they are. Because what are they trying to do? I don't think that it's smart to say, well, I don't think it should have an escape system because of this. And so the entirety of SpaceX, the entire engineering team, I mean, you know, they have people that literally get paid to crunch these numbers on a daily basis. I don't understand how, you know, like you're the entire thing. What you're saying is presumed off of a position that you know more about safety factor than the entirety of SpaceX. It's like what I always say. You know, sometimes I think NASA's doing something dumb, and then I get annoyed because I think they're doing something dumb, and then I go and figure out that you know, it's a lot more complicated than what I originally anticipated. I don't know better. So what I try to do instead in that situation is try to understand what's going on. That's the entirety of what I'm talking about here. I'm not saying that no launch escape system is a good or inherently bad idea, especially with this system. You know why? Because I don't know. But what I'm trying to do is analyze why SpaceX is building it the way that they are. I'm not saying I know more. I'm saying that if it has the safety margin I'm willing to settle for is not what SpaceX is willing to settle for. I mean, I guess, sure. All right. I guess that makes sense. You know what I want to look at here? Where are those pilot dowels? So the umbilical that we see on the launch pad looks like a starfish, right? It has 6 points on it. Do we see anything here that has those same points? I don't know. I'm not seeing anything. See last. Okay. Oh, that's neat. Oh, wow. These views are pretty freaking cool, if I do say so myself. That's pretty neat. Cool. Yeah, upstate. SN20 is not small. Keep in mind, that guy is in the background, though. Unreal. So what is SpaceX's safety margin goal? Bon, like I said, it's probably more in line with the commercial aviation industry. So my guess, and once again, just trying to analyze what SpaceX is doing, my guess is that their safety standards probably stem from FAA guidelines on commercial commercial airline safety. If I had to guess, it's just a guess though, I don't know. Levy, 11,000 planes are in the air right now, and they all took off fine. This happens just about every day with maybe a couple of... Try this with a rocket and you'll have 100 losses. How can you be so sure, Lavi? I don't understand that you can be... How you can be so entirely sure that SpaceX will have, you know... That SpaceX will never be able to achieve commercial aviation safety standards for a spacecraft. I don't... Like... Is that just personal opinion? Like, I'm confused. When I make grilled cheese, I have redundant cheese backups. Now I'm hungry, Corsi. Why would you do that? I'm in the UK, and Starship's diameter is wider in circumference than my house. Dude, Starship is bigger than my apartment block, Vickers. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one, dude. Even Dragon and Starliner don't meet anywhere near commercial safety standards. You propose an airliner that has a 1 in 270 loss of vehicle, you'd get shot. Or die flying it. Space standards are not the same as aviation. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So we should just stay locked in our 1 in 270 loss of crew vehicle ways and just kind of go from there and just accept that as a reality? That doesn't sound very smart. Yeah, Lavi, I think that's an inherently defeatist attitude. You have to be able to overcome. Jet airliners weren't safe until they were. Heck, planes weren't safe until they were, and that came through lots of testing, a lot of data, and a lot of understanding, and that understanding and that safety factor was proven with numbers. Yes, it was also paved in blood to an extent. Do I want that for a launch vehicle with people on it? Man, hell no. Absolutely not. I mean, it's a harsh reality. I mean, that might happen in the future. That would really suck, but it could. The standard FS for safety for human spaceflight is 1.4, just slightly less than for aviation. That extra 0.1 on the FS costs a huge amount of engineering work, but that pays dividends in weight savings. Like that. I don't think that safety standards are necessarily locked in their ways, Lavi. Safety standards change over time as we understand more, as vehicles mature, right? It happens over time, and the only way to do that is to fly a lot, and that's what they're trying to do. I personally don't think we'll get there for another decade or two at least. I guess. She's still missing a couple of tiles right there. Oh, that's a skidded as hell right there. Rocket guy, you seeing this? That's a nice. Rockets don't have an inherent safety net. Yeah, but neither did airplanes. Neither did early airplanes until we figured it out. Like, you guys, oh my gosh, you're thinking really defensively when it comes to this stuff. Yeah, Mank, no crap. We have those modern safety standards for airplanes and that fallback cushion. You know why we have that? Because some idiot flew up in a plane that had one engine, then one engine failed and he crashed. And then we said, oh, it'd probably be better to put two engines on there. We learned by doing. Fellas, Boeing didn't just crap out the 747 overnight. It took a lot of time and a lot of different designs and a lot of pushing to get to that point. You guys are saying, oh, but the commercial safety standards are way better than space standards. Yeah, you know what? At a time, they weren't. We had to get to that point, but we didn't get to that point by saying, oh, well, let's use, trains as a factor of safety for planes. No, we figured it out by doing. The reason the commercial aviation industry is so ridiculously safe is because, like I said, a lot of it is paved in blood. A lot of it is paved in blood and understanding and iterative design over time. Exactly what SpaceX is doing. Yeah, Yomu, that's it. Like, Starship is remember what I said about understanding technology here. This thing, SpaceX has no freaking clue what they made. But they won't know until they go and try it to get a data point to figure out how much they don't understand it. That's agile testing. That's what they're doing here. They're going to send this thing. I guarantee you this thing is probably not going to make it through reentry. If it makes it through reentry relatively intact, I will be very, very, very impressed. Because that'll show excellent finite element analysis by SpaceX. But I don't think it will. I mean, and once again, that's not a controversial opinion. Elon said that on Twitter multiple times. I don't think this thing's going to make it through. But you have to understand what it takes to make the tiles work correctly. Yeah, right, Caveman? No. I'm not going to say I'm going to eat my hat or shoot milk out my nose because that didn't end well last time. You got to give credit to the engineers. They utilize their knowledge and think up so many failure scenarios and plan on how to mitigate it or remove them. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, Devlin, like I said, SpaceX is pretty damn good at it, dude. I mean, you still have failures. It happens. But, like... That's the thing, guys. We can't be stuck in our ways. That's what SpaceX is all about. Stuck in our ways is not sustainable. That's not going to make us multiplanetary. Sitting here and being like, oh, well, the safety factor doesn't... That's not going to get us anywhere. That's going to get us analysis paralysis. We got... at some point, you just got to go and build it and figure it out. Yeah, Sile, it'd be pretty cool. Exactly the same with cars. Your F-100 has a near 100% chance of killing you with any kind of impact. Your F-250 will tear itself apart to not kill you. That's what I'm... Yeah, Tessa, I mean, it evolves over time. The only way to go about addressing that safety factor problem is to launch stuff. A lot. That's how SpaceX figures out root cause so fast. They knew it was a possibility, but didn't mitigate it enough or underestimated how likely it was. And once again, that's Devlin, I don't need to say it to you, that's SpaceX's agile development versus NASA. NASA has to figure out everything on the ground. So their math better hold up. SpaceX can afford a larger percentage of error because they're doing rapid prototyping. Once again, SN20 probably won't make it through. 21 might. 22, absolutely. I'll bet you, Devlin, I'll bet you guys, not you guys, I'll bet you they have it figured out by 22. I'm willing to bet that probably is going to happen. They'll have it figured out by then. In any case, the launch abort system doesn't matter since Starship has to be human rated to land and return to lunar orbit for Artemis. Well, Legend, it's not going to launch with people on it. It's going to launch uncrewed, and then it will rendezvous with Orion in lunar orbit. So it doesn't need to be. But I suppose for lunar operations, yeah, to an extent. But then again, when you're out on the moon, you have a little bit more time before you hit the ground before you do here. You know what I mean? There's a little more time to figure out that problem. McGregor proves its cost every day with testing on the ground. Yeah, and those guys definitely get put through their paces, Devlin. I know a couple of them. I know a couple of those dudes. They're pretty damn good at what they do. Also 300 bar. That tile's okay. You can tell it's okay because of the way it is. Don't know, goalie. But being super adverse to the challenges associated with spaceflight definitely isn't going to get us anywhere. I like how there's less tape all over it. Yep. See, you can tell these are U.S. motors because of the way it is. Do the people you know drop by the stream? Sometimes, Phineas. Sometimes. The people that work for SpaceX don't really have time to watch the stream in long periods of time. We'll say that. We'll say that. But they are out there. I'm not gonna say who it is. That's up to them to say that, not me. That's not my place. As they're putting insulation on these pipes. Pipes. Some watch the stream when they can. I wouldn't doubt it, dude. Yeah, I mean, but those guys are hard pressed for time, you know? Compared to another muscle, Tesla full self-driving. It's safer than even driving a normal car, but Tesla doesn't tell you can take your hands off the wheel or take your hands off the seatbelt yet. We'll get there, I agree with you, just not right now. But Labby, nobody ever said we would get that. Nobody ever said that Starship would be 100% reliable right off the bat. We know it's going to take time. We get it. And that's what I've been trying to tell you this whole time. It's going to take some time to get Starship that reliable, but high flight rate will get us there faster. than if we were doing like SLS style testing. It's going to get us there quicker. Maybe not much quicker, but quicker nonetheless. I mean, but Lavi, see that, you know me. I want SLS to be flying on this rate. Seriously. I would really, really like SLS to be 4 or 6 launches a year, but because, you know,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
if SLS is flying a lot and Starship is flying a lot, we understand, that's more time that we understand how spaceflight works. That's more time to focus on doing stuff up there that we haven't figured out before. Like, oh, I don't know, on-orbit refueling maybe. Why would we want that, right? Like, so stupid. Depots. Just remember, the shuttle had a risk factor probability of catastrophic failure 1 in 10 on the first several years of the space shuttle program, up to Challenger. Then by Challenger, it had a 1 in 100 chance. Rocket Guy, that just affirms my suspicions even more that the shuttle is not as dangerous as people make it out to be. What's dangerous is not understanding failure modes. In which case, no crap! Yeah. The vehicle did something you didn't want to, obviously. All right. Yeah, that's kind of the point, man. That's why it's called a failure mode. Am I wrong? Like, I hear you. Honestly, Twitch chat is just a bad medium for this kind of conversation. I feel like we agreed a lot, and a lot of it gets lost in chat flying by. Well, Avi, I try to give you the benefit of the doubt, just like everybody else that I know in here. Did you talk about SpaceX bankruptcy thing? Yeah, Kaylee, I did. I don't think it's anything. I think it's just Elon cracking the whip. That and engineering deviance. Yeah, of course. Well, engineering deviance creates failure modes. Am I thinking about that right? Failure modes, if you don't take time to understand the failure mode, then that happens. That's kind of... Yeah, that's not good. But once again, I think SpaceX is very aggressive, and we kind of had a conversation about this the other day, that Elon is definitely less risk adverse comparatively to NASA. He's more willing to take a risk. But see, that's the thing. Elon can fail, and it's not that big of a deal. I mean, the press does its thing, which is, but I'm not so sure that NASA can do the same, can afford the same type of thing, literally afford it, you know? So it's good that SpaceX exists. You know, that's a good thing. In Lavi, it goes back to, in everybody else, it goes back to one thing. There is no one on this planet, jokes. There's no one on this planet that can convince me that less rockets flying is better for space flight. You know who I'm talking about. Meanwhile, Cyber Whistle. Yeah, blow the whistle on Tesla 95. Hypothetically, why would SpaceX not have considered parachutes for the Starship booster landing apart from more obvious precision landings? Parachutes? $30 billion. Yeah, see how stupid that was? Stupid. Bet. Both y'all gonna get capped. Anyway, do you think Lunar Starship would be human rated to Leo? Probably not, Sea Kraken, but maybe it will be someday. Who knows? I don't know. Salakovsky, what do you say? So why would SpaceX not have considered parachutes for Starship booster? Okay, so if you wanted to make parachutes big enough to be able to land Starship reasonably intact, not taking into account deviation in landing area, right? The parachutes would probably take up, I don't know, 50% of your payload mass. Literally 50 tons of parachutes. Yeah. Parachutes are a diminishing return the bigger your vehicle is. Yeah. The bigger, well, heavier, I should say. Heavier is the right, higher mass is the right way to say that. Yeah, you'd need to take 50 tons of parachute up there every time. See what I'm talking about? This is what SpaceX is trying to achieve. Sile, this is what they're trying to do. You could carry 50 tons of parachutes. You could carry 10 tons of SRBs attached to the sides of Starship that could boost it away in case something happens. But that's 10 tons less payload. That's 50 tons less payload. It's better to just make the vehicle work. But, oh, just make it work. Yeah, that's easy to do. See what I'm talking about here? This is the whole thing that we're talking about. It's going to take some time for them to get that right. Oh, just make it work. You think they can just Todd Howard a freaking spaceship? No, it'll probably explode. Never mind. It just works. You know, like they can't do that. That didn't work. You know, you can't screw around like that with rocket science. You get a big fiery explosion in multiple directions, which is not what you want. When you're launching rockets, a big fiery explosion is what you want, but you want it to go this way. You want it to go in one direction, behind the vehicle. If you have an explosion that's going in multiple directions, yeah, it's not generally an outcome that is favorable. Just strap some umbrellas on the thing. You'd need a 50-ton umbrella, groundless, in which case half of your payload mass is wasted on a system that might get used once every 200 times. See what I mean? It's just not, that's not worth it. That's not worth it. That's worth the risk, at least in SpaceX's mind. That's, you know. On the upside, if it rains, it's stainless steel. You don't need to worry about that. If Bethesda made a starship, Levy, if Bethesda made a starship, I would not. No, I'm with you on that one. I'd be like, nah, I'm not getting on that. Nope. Yeah, we're not doing that. We are not doing that. I'd be like, nah, yeah, I don't need to do that. If EA made a starship, they'd charge you extra for the safety systems. That's too real. That's too real. No, Devlin, I said nothing. I said nothing. I said nothing. That was mean. I am a horrible person. God damn. They charge you extra for life support. It's so messed up. Oh my god. Hey, I like Take-Two, Alex. Hold on. I like Take-Two. Now, they messed up with Definitive Edition, but for the most part, give them the benefit of the doubt, because RDR2 was a masterpiece. And no one can say that GTA 5 isn't a good game. I'm pretty sure that's an awesome game that people still play almost 10 years later. But the memes! Oh my god. So messed up. Sorry, but I don't trust these failure statistics. The older I get, the less trusting I've become. Yeah, well, engineering is about numbers, not your feelings, Hap. Like, but I get you. Akin's Laws of Spacecraft Design. Rule number 1.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, groundless, right? Yeah, it's not pay to win. It's pay to survive. You know why it's not pay to win? Because you don't win at spaceflight. You just get better at it. I've always said that. Spaceflight is like playing Tetris. You don't ever you don't ever win. You just get better. It's true. Hey, Victory, 45-month resub. Coming up on 4 years. Yeah, buddy. If Spirit or Ryanair made a starship. I saw that post by Mac. That was funny. 60% of statistics are wrong. These laws are great, guys. I'll link them up in chat. Read these laws. They make me happy. Here's a good one. 39A, I should say. Alternate formulation. The 3 keys to keeping a new human space program affordable and on its schedule. No new launch vehicles. No new launch vehicles. Whatever you do, no new launch vehicles. Yeah, we kind of made that mistake, didn't we? Oops. Let's finish up these NSF videos and then we'll get to Kerbal, okay? I feel like Route 39 is a response to something a while back. No. don't ever do that. 60% of the time, guys, it works every time. I want whatever Mac was smoking in that tweet. Oh, dear. Got time for my photos? Oh, yeah, we do. C22, we can look at that while we're, loading up KSP. Hey. How you doing? Rules were made to be broken. Hey, Crasher, what's going on, buddy? How are you? Have you seen this? It's a pretty awesome video. I see everything. I showed it on stream, Liam. Like, probably an hour ago. Actually, it's probably more like 45 minutes ago. Yeah, Corey's video.
Discovery,
Very good.
go at throttle.
Dama! 19 months. Sub with a 6-month streak. No, not kind that's no, not that kind of streak. Oh, jeez. C22, can I see this link? What is this link? Oh. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can share that. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, sorry, my dude. Hey, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's an awesome video, isn't it? Yeah, we can share this. We can share this link. There's a nice view of some porta potties there on the right. I don't know why they painted them black though. Probably gets really hot in there. Probably smells terrible. Another shot of porta potties. And a fire pit. It's very weird. Yeah, C22, that's a cool picture. All I see is a tumble dryer. Savage. Damn. Damn. I see a porta potty and I don't want to get copy struck, so I painted it black. And you wonder where the methane came from. It came from recycling, and the proof is in the potty. That's terrible. Oh my god. Okay. The proof is in porta potty. What do we got there? Atención. No mueva la ala. Do not move the flap. Okay, I mean, okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That was a good question, Abby. Just not phrased entirely correct. He's not only working his workers to the bone, he's harvesting their poop for fuel. I mean, I don't know. Bembo, more pudding. Well, I tell you, the proof is in the pudding, man. NASA is researching new technology to make sure that pudding can be used as a substitute for chlorinated water in swimming pools. All right, so just, instead of the neutral buoyancy lab using, pool water, we filled the NBL up with pudding. And the proof is when you walk in. We have our astronauts doing EVAs in a giant tub of tapioca. Sorry. Not a joke if there was a pasture field. Oh, nice. I want to do that. I want to swim in a giant pool of pudding. Well, those spacesuits aren't staying white for long. Well, what if it's vanilla pudding? Then actually it might. We're going to test that. Oh, God, why is it... Dude, why did he keep saying pudding in that speech? Damn it, Bill. If vacuum raptors work at sea level, why do they need sea level raptors on Starship? If vacuum raptors work at sea level, because they want a Raptor engine that's more efficient up there. Right, Flyer? Now, okay, so you want to know the reason? Gimbal. Seriously, you can't fit 3 Raptors on the bottom of Starship that it needs for landing and have them have 15 degrees of gimbal. The nozzles will hit each other. That's part of the reason why you have vacuum and sea level engines on Starship. I mean, when you're flying around in space, you basically don't need those sea level Raptors at all. But due to Raptor's extraordinarily high chamber pressure, right, you can operate them down here. They can work. That makes sense, dude? Oh, cool, Agent. That's neat. Yeah, no problem, dude. It's the gimbal. Seriously, dude, watch the footage of a Starship landing. You see how much those engines move? You can't fit 3 vacuum Raptors in there, or else I'm pretty sure SpaceX would have done it. Also, is this a gigantic mixing bowl for pudding? Or is it a Starship part? I'll let you decide. Flip! Do a flip. Wait. Do a barrel roll. No, it's a barrel segment. Damn it! I'm gonna text Brimo and ask her to just go get me some pudding now. Look at that. It's a giant V-band clamp. It's a freaking 30-foot wide V-band. That's ridiculous. That's still crazy to me. All right. Crazy. We got 2 more vids. We're going to bust through them here. I'm going to watch them at... We're going to put them in fast mode. Damn it, I can't stop doing that. Do vacuum Raptors generate as much thrust on the surface as the normal ones? Sure. Yeah, Crownless. Mm-hmm. They're probably operating at slightly different chamber pressures because of the expansion ratio on the nozzle, if I had to guess. But I could be wrong, with my limited understanding of propulsion elements. I want to see someone drive a motorcycle around the inside of those barrels. Yeah, I kind of do too. Yeah, that would be pretty fun. I'd do that. I'd hurt myself, but it's all right. I'm going to slow this down here so I can look at this better. But if she gets pudding and you eat the pudding, you're going to need more pudding, so you just need to get more pudding to begin with. Facts. The dissertation is in the dessert. Pause, that's awesome. Oh my god, that's funny. SpaceX crane. Guys, you can see they're loading more nitrogen refrigerated liquid into the main tank farm for the launch pad. You can tell it's nitrogen because of the way it is. this is a piece of metal, a tapered pipe. Is it nitrogen or is it pudding? No, it's a slushy, all right? Slushies. Snow cones of nitrogen. Extremely expensive adapter thing. Yeah, how much do you think that billet flange costs, Bill? Or that TIG weld? That's definitely not done by a machine. Look at that TIG. Holy balls, that's a good TIG weld. Wow, I didn't even notice that. You know how I know that was not done by a machine? Because look, God did it in segments. See that? He did it in segments. You could see that this was definitely done by a person. Somebody hit this with a grinding wheel, right? Ground it off, made sure you had a nice clean surface, and he welded in segments to control the heat. Holy crap, that was done by a person. That's an insanely good weld. Wow. That's really good. I wish I could TIG weld like that. I can't find an adapter like that on McMaster. Dude. That's rolling dimes all the way around. That's so pretty. That's friggin' art right there, man. God damn. You know how much practice it takes to do that? That TIG weld is perfect. It's freaking perfect. Oh, I love it. I love it. There's nothing like looking at a good weld. It's also a clockwise weld. Yeah, unreal. Yeah, that's right, because it tapered off on the top side. That's nuts, man. What a good weld. Oh, man. I want to take a welding class. I want to learn how to do that. I want to TIG weld. Because that way we can make stainless steel parts for the truck and call it Cybertruck by just taping a bunch of stainless steel parts to it. That'd be awesome. It would be good, right? That would work. How's the clutch? I think there's just air in the lines, Kyron. Seriously, I noticed there's a bleed screw on the concentric secondary cylinder. So I took the clutch master off, and I know that the master cylinder works correctly. I sat there and went, yeah, I know. Great hand motion. And I know it works. So I'm thinking I just let the fluid run dry, and there's air in the lines, to be honest with you. Next time I get out to the truck, I'm gonna bleed it. We'll just bleed the screw. I'll bleed the damn thing, and we'll see if it fixes it. Sorry, I got a mess of parts that we need to install on that thing. Literally, my living room is full of truck parts. I have the gas tank in there, and the radios in there, and filler neck lines are in there. There's a bunch of stuff, bunch of good stuff. I have the bed bolts, the bed isolators. Yeah, we got a bunch of things, man. So what you guys are looking at there is the cover for the super heavy umbilical disconnect. Bed bolts. Yep. That's right, Ice. Yep.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hanks, 21-month resub. Thank you. Scrap forward dome. SpaceX should sell these wholesale as like a new style Dymaxion house. That would be... Because, you know what? That bulkhead probably has more volume than my apartment. I'm pretty damn sure. It would do pretty well in Windswept Valley, right? 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 It's a good idea. This is gate A3 here. You can tell it's gate A3 because of the way it is. I just sent a second stage into the ground near KSB where I had a seismometer placed. Got a little, though, because I hit the ground at 2.5 kilometers a second from about 250 meters from the seismometer. Upside was I got an absolute crap ton of science from it. Oh, cool. No, that's gate A1. I don't think so. Starhofer's nose cone did not do well in a windswept area. That's a nose cone, not a bulkhead. Hans, what's with the gun? This is radio, not television. Hans, Booby, I'm your white knight. Oh, it's almost time to watch that. Hell yeah. Almost time to watch that. You're a nose cone. Oh, God, how will I ever recover? Man, you killed him! Good call, Kyron. I'm gonna punch EJ right in the pudding. My pudding is dented because of you. So turn a hollowed starship into a house. Well, Roblox people take 747s and make them into houses, so down the road. There's something out there. There's something on the wing. What? There's
Discovery, go at
someone on
throttle
the
up.
wing. Something. I'm sorry, chat. What were you saying? Hey, Bill. How are you? Gil, 22-month resub. I met a guy over the past weekend who rebuilds salvaged airplanes. That's cool. Sweet. Guys are working on the chopsticks more. It'd be cool if they turned SN16 into an on-site apartment building. Yeah, that would be pretty neat. Peanuts? Yes, I have some right here. They're bulky, but I consider them carry-on. Peanuts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bill, I wouldn't. It's just Elon cracking the whip, dude. I wouldn't read too much into it, to be honest with you. Didn't Elon say he wanted to use 16 for hypersonic test flights? Yeah, he did. He said they might do it, which means no. Maybe, if it's needed. Who is P and why do you have its nuts? Oh, because D's. Pretty much, Uncle Bill. Wait, you're telling me if they don't make enough engines for the rocket that they want to fly a lot, that they're not going to succeed in their goal of flying a rocket a lot? Please tell me more. A lot of people actually made a story out of that, Bill. I've seen the articles. There's a couple people that wrote 5,000 words about that today. 5,000. Well, maybe not 5,000. Somebody should go check. People wrote entire stories about that. So many bales. Yeah. It's very strange. I wonder, could I write 5,000? Could I write a 5,000 page article about why they're wrong? It's true, Lavi. I read one on CNBC. Yeah, that was Mike. That was Mike Sheets. Sheets broke the news about the email at all, so that's kind of permitted. Yeah, and then three other people picked it up based off of they wrote articles about his article about breaking news about a tweet about a leaked email. And I'm commentating on an article about a leaked email from Elon Musk about SpaceX. See how counterintuitive this gets? This makes me unhappy. Oh, nice, Selfish, yes. They are wrong. That's not 5,000. I suppose, Crownless, I could stretch it out. I could stretch it out into saying why, but I don't want to waste people's time either. This is why I just stick to big orange. Yep. I don't really care about the engine needs being realized so much as the statement that the gravity of the situation was not recognized to be as severe as it is. I suppose the severity comes from them being locked into requiring a Starship for a lot of their operations and money making. I wonder what the runway is. I mean, Rocket Guy, we talked about this already, but you know, I'd be. This is what I said at the beginning, dude. So consider this. Elon's a probability guy, all right? He's a probability guy. He thinks that dude, that's how the dude thinks. He thinks in probabilities, and that's where his risk aversion and his ideas about things come into the fold, right? I don't think SpaceX has any financial problems or anything like that. I really don't. What I do think, though, is that Starship is the only launch vehicle that's capable of handling the flight rate of Starlink satellites, the Starlink 2.0 satellites that SpaceX wants. Is that a reasonable thing? SpaceX is making Starlink 2.0 for Starship. That's another thing that I talked about. It wouldn't be the first time a launch vehicle was made for a certain type of payload. Space shuttle, keyhole satellite. It's happened in the past. The entire Saturn V is built around the CSM in the lunar excursion vehicle, right? The LEM. The entire Saturn V is built around that. It's not the first time you design your launch vehicle around a payload, right? So, in that regard, I think that Elon is looking at timescales and probability of success based off of those timescales. What does that mean? In order to do this right, they need Starship 2.0, or not Starship, Starlink 2.0, and to ramp up production and Starship frequency of flights to go up in coordination with each other, right? You don't want a lot of payloads sitting on the ground doing nothing. That's really bad for them. That's not a good thing. A satellite is not designed to be down here. The more time it's down here, the more money you're losing. So I think that Elon, because I think if you have a bunch of Starlink satellites sitting on the ground and you have no launch vehicle that's designed to launch them, right? You're increasing your probability of going bankrupt. SpaceX is not going to get anywhere with a Starship flight once a year and thousands of Starlink 2.0 satellites being ready all at the same time. I think he realizes that Raptor production needs to scale up dramatically so they can, because they're scaling, because every launch vehicle launches for a need, right? The space shuttle had a need, spy satellites, right? And then NASA payloads as a secondary, which is kind of dumb, but hey, it worked. I think he's trying to scale Starship production to Starlink 2.0 rollout. And I think that Starlink 2.0 rollout is going a lot faster than Raptor scaling production is. And in order to increase probability of success, they need to really, it's not that Raptor production right now is bad. It's that it needs to be better in order to increase their probability of making humans multiplanetary. Starlink is the revenue supply of being able to engineer Starship, to be able to make life multiplanetary. Starlink is the revenue generator, along with moving payloads into space. But also, you move Starlinks into space too. There's your demand for your launch vehicle. There's your high frequency of flights. The whole system is interdependent on each other. And that whole system is interdependent on all systems being available in coordination. I'm pretty sure he's just him cracking the whip. This isn't the first time that SpaceX has done this. This isn't the first time SpaceX has done this at all. They literally did this with Falcon 9. They did this with Falcon 9 full thrust. They did this with the densified propellants. They did it with finishing Crew Dragon. They did it with Falcon Heavy, etc., etc. This isn't the first time. This is just SpaceX 101, dude. It's always operated this way, which is why I think this is a nothing burger. 100%. They will gain a cash flow problem at some point, requiring further venture capital, which is not just, let's take more VC funds, easy peasy. I wonder what their runway is right now, since it sounds like from Elon that it may only have 10 months before something gives, requiring venture capital or a worse alternative. Yep. All right, gotta go, but see Lavs. Okay, Lavy, good talking to you. Good discussions today. So what the email is trying to say is, where are my engines, Elon? Indeed. D-Pick, 14-month resub. What I'm most curious about this whole situation is why now? What triggered the supposed concern? Lazarus, I already covered, I said it. He's trying to scale Raptor production, not because Raptor production output is bad right now. He's trying to scale Raptor production so they have enough Starships to be able to launch these Starlink 2.0 satellites when they're ready to go. And this tells me that Falcon 9 is not capable of launching Starlink 2.0 satellites en masse. It's not capable of handling the frequency of launches that they're going to need to launch all these Starlink satellites. So something about Starlink 2.0 is very different. I hate comparing SpaceX to Tesla, but it seems kind of like the Model 3. Couldn't get production going and it threatened the business plan. I think that's a perfectly apt comparison, Bill. It makes perfect sense to me. And what did SpaceX do? Or what did Tesla do? They started building Model 3s in a friggin' parking lot. No, what I'm saying is the Raptor problem existed before, but something happened that caused them to send this email now and not before. I'm wondering why. It's probably because you realized that Starlink 2.0 was way ahead of Raptor production. Guys, Raptor has always been the bottleneck. SpaceX can crank out as many grain silos as they want. That's not the bottleneck. Raptors are. They need more Raptors. Now. Starlink 2.0 is not that far away, fellas. And I'm honestly thinking that SpaceX will start deploying Starlink 2.0 satellites on Starship if everything goes to plan. I mean, okay, so let's humor that question. Humor that question, lads. Why now? Well, it's very clear that they have plenty of cash right now, right? That's perfectly okay. But not necessarily in the future, right? I don't think Elon is the one to think about. Elon is not one to, run out of cash now. I think he's foreseeing a problem that could happen in the future. Once again, could. That's the operative word of this whole thing. Increased probability of bankruptcy. You're increasing your risk of bankruptcy by not scaling this right now. What does that mean? That means that they could just keep making Raptors right now and it wouldn't be a problem. But you would increase your likelihood of failure if you don't scale it up. If you scale it up now, you decrease your probability of failure. Because you scale Raptors to your satellites and Starships are ready to launch these satellites when these satellites are ready. Guys, he's playing Factorio. The guy's playing Factorio in real life. It's literally nothing more complicated than that. Like I said, I didn't need a 5,000 word essay to figure that one out. At least I'm pretty dang sure. Maybe Elon is worried they won't have enough Raptors to fulfill other flights in 2020 to not survive. That could have something to do with it. Don't worry, Daddy Bezos will buy them. Also, just because Elon is worth $300 billion doesn't mean he can will more bailout money into this. It takes time to move wealth and income to use years of cash. Recession and a sudden loss of liquidity can put SpaceX under point here. I think, Prey, this whole thing is safeguarding against that type of stuff. Once again, SpaceX could keep running the course, and they probably would be fine. Elon doesn't see probably would be fine as a reasonable outcome. He's trying to improve his odds as much as he can to make life multiplanetary. Because Elon sees the window of opportunity to send people to Mars will close eventually if we don't do it. I.e., an asteroid, an earthquake, a volcano, war. Something is going to happen eventually. History says that it will. Probability of that outcome is shrinking every day. We live in a very peaceful time period right now, despite what everybody wants to tell you. It's a very peaceful time period. You can literally go on vacation almost anywhere in the world and be totally fine.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Asterisks on that statement, but you get what I'm saying. This would explain his stock sales recently. It's possible. Yeah, Prey, I don't humor that idea, but I agree with you. Yeah. What's so special about Starlink 2? Why can't they sit on Starlink for a while? I don't know. I don't know, Goalie, but clearly they're banking on it. I couldn't tell you, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that their business plans are contingent on Starlink 2.0's deployment on time. Understand? Whistle tips were never an option for electric cars. Savage. It's just Elon cracking the whip to try and improve SpaceX's probability of success, guys. That's nothing he hasn't done before. This is what I mean. Fellas, you gotta.
Discovery.
Sometimes you gotta read between the lines. He did this with Falcon Heavy. They did this with Crew Dragon. Crew Dragon was behind. Don't you remember the IAC where Elon's like, "We're not even gonna focus on Starship right now. 2 priorities: get Falcon Heavy flying, and then all priorities go to Crew Dragon after that, and then we'll work on Starship." Do you remember that? This is not the first time he's done this. Like, that's what I mean. This is nothing. This is day to day with SpaceX. Like, and like, if there's folks here that work there, I know they're not going to be like, "Yep, that's right." But because, like I said, it's up to them to say who here works at SpaceX and who doesn't. But like I said, it's just day to day. This kind of stuff happens all the time at SpaceX. I could say that with pretty reasonable conviction. No, Crownless, I have no idea. Do a flip. The surge to build the orbital pad has lasted some 4 months now. It's Raptor's production's point. It's Raptor Production's turn. You know what, Prey? That's actually a really good example. You're absolutely right. Did anybody here watch Timmy's interview with Elon? Tim Dodd's The Everyday Astronaut? His interview with Elon. Watch part 3. Watch part 3. You literally hear this exact same behavior, and nobody batted an eye because it wasn't in a leaked email. You know what I mean? Tim asks him, "What are you doing with the orbital with the oil rigs?" Elon says, "It's not a priority right now. The pad is the priority." And he says, "Well, couldn't you make the oil rigs a pad someday?" And Elon says, "No, it's not a priority right now. Priority is finishing the pad." That's a very good point, Prey. Good call. Aren't the boosters for Starship massively easier to have survive a test flight, though? After having so much experience with this from Falcon, you'd think they will take long until they manage to make it? No, I don't, Laz. It'll take a couple of missions, but they'll get it eventually, building off of that knowledge. Lazarus, I've always said that SpaceX's profit during... Everybody said, oh, Falcon 9 isn't profitable. Falcon 9 isn't profitable. Oh, that's unsustainable to launch it at that price. You know what the profit from that was? The equity in the company for understanding how to land stuff that comes back from space. That way, when you actually go to change the game, you already have equity in the company and you have the technical expertise to make something like that. That's the profit. That's always been the profit. I don't understand how people don't see that. The tower construction was a crapshoot, and they put it up before finishing. They'll get it, Prey. Once again, I think that SpaceX is in a pretty damn good position right now. I think that Elon's job is to crack the whip. That's his job as the chief designer. That's his job. Yeah. Korolev did the same thing. Von Braun did the same thing. They all did that. You have to crack the whip because you're ensuring probability of success if you address these problems head on. And every time we've done that in the past, in terms of rocketry, we've made something great, like Soyuz with Korolev. Or, I mean, the A4 was arguably a good design, used for pretty crappy reasons. But if you wanted to take another Von Braun project, Saturn 1, great rocket. Saturn 5, great rocket. I've talked to people that worked at Space Fest. I've talked to people that worked with Von Braun. He said, they said they called him a word that rhymes with horror and begins with an F. They called him Il Duce. No, because he got up people's tail. He was a hell of a project manager. And what is Elon doing but that same thing? Option 3, Barrelicious. Exactly, Poison. Yep. But yeah, I mean, Korolev was the same way. Korolev got up people's tail to make a better rocket. And look at what he made. He made a rocket that's used basically how many years now? Freaking 60 years in change. Yeah, Bill, Saturn V was made with that kind of design mentality. Look what happened. All right. Last video here. Okay, now you have to admit that Von Braun was a toxic person. I mean, at best, he was a sellout. At worst, he was a cold-blooded killer before he got to the U.S. Eukerman, what's with this gotcha bullshit? Oh, well, gotcha. You admit that Von Braun was a good... Yeah, no shit. Thanks for the update. I appreciate it. I can acknowledge that he did crappy things in his life, but also did good things in his life. You can do that. It's not a binary decision. It never was. Anybody that tries to present it as that is a moron. Like, oh, gotcha. He was a bad person. Yeah, he was. But he also made the Saturn V. I like the Saturn V, but I can acknowledge that I like that, but his career decisions in the past were also bad. You see what I'm talking about? That gotcha nonsense. Yeah, oh, well, you have to acknowledge. Yeah, I never denied it. It's almost like people are more complicated than being inherently good and evil. Good or evil. Sorry, I gotta time myself out for 20 seconds. I swore twice. Oh, Oompa Loompa, you're just a terrible person. You farted in an elevator once? Did you at least take ownership of the problem? V-Money, what's my take on the Russians coming out this week saying a NASA astronaut drilled a hole in a capsule several years ago? My take on that is a waste of my time. You farted on an escalator? Oh, you're terrible. I don't, V-Money, that's not space news. That's drama. I don't know. I can't know. We'll never know the outcome. We'll never know what's true and what's not. It's a waste of time. I wonder why they have all this scaffolding up here all of a sudden. I've noticed that they put a lot of scaffolding on the upper echelons of the tower here, and I'm not sure why. Who else floating? Yeah, last week I let one slip. Hibbit, today she dumps me. Look at this thing. It does, D-Man, right? Man, look at this. Hey, Cammy. I'm having a good day. Yeah. Man, that thing's a beast. It's slowly turning into the shuttle. It looks like a giant bishop. Accessum. It looks like a giant bishop. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's turning into the shuttle. It's like Shuttle 1.1, man. It's like Shuttle 1.1, dude. Starship to Leo 1. Go. Starship can go diagonally. Of course Starship can go diagonally. What the hell do you think that is? What is this? What is that? Is that not going diagonally right there? Boom. Roasted. Let's count the tiles. There's at least three fitty tiles on there. Dirt truck. The SPMT is moving those Jersey barriers around. Ferd. Bird. Bird. What are they moving there? Oh, crane counterweights maybe? Yeah, Rocket Guy, I'm with you on that one. I'm wondering about the thickness of the tiles. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the thickness of the tiles around the flappy wings are a little bit I'll bet you they're a little bit wider. What is the tower made out of? Reinforced concrete? It's reinforced concrete at the bottom, Koosh. And then it's just steel all the way up, from what I understand. Bigular. Note the amount of dirt trucks that are going in and out here, guys. See that thing? Those are dirt haulers. You do that when you're grading out something that you're going to build. I see a lot of dirt trucks moving around here. I'm not exactly sure where they're headed to, but there are a lot of dirt trucks moving around. But the real tiles are the ones we lost along the way. I'm going to stop the stream now. Alright, that's enough stream for today. That's enough stream for today. Not stream for today. Dang it, my boss drives a 2015 F-150 and I say, "Bird!" every time he pulls in. Yep, you're welcome. Bird! These look like crane counterweights, but they're not exactly crane counterweights, but they look like crane counterweights. I'm not sure what they are. I'm just going to say they're big hunks of metal and call it a day. I'll turn this damn stream around. That'll end your precious little chat trip pretty damn quick, huh? Counterweights for small crane? Yeah, maybe. Nice truck. Bird! My shoe! Oh, Bunny fell down the stairs! Ice cream! If they can only launch 5 per year from Starbase, why does it matter how many Raptors they have? Well, that's for testing, alien. And who said they're only going to launch from here? Once again, guys, you got to understand, Elon isn't thinking about next week. He's not thinking about 2 months down the road. This whole, probability of bankruptcy going higher is a very long-term solution. And the programmatic environmental assessment testing criteria that's the proof that's in the pudding, boy. I tell you what. That's the proof. If SpaceX was going to launch a lot of Starship next year, I think that that programmatic assessment would have more launches. Because you're right, SpaceX would be constrained. I think that 2022 is the year that Starship is going to be tested a lot. Well, as much as the programmatic assessment states. I think that's what's going to happen. I think Elon is expecting Starship's design to be basically in a 1.0 configuration by the end of next year. Basically 12 months from now. Which, I don't know, that really depends on how the test flights go. For instance, I don't think 20 is going to make it through re-entry. If it does, well, hell, that's a really nice outcome. You might see Starship launches a little bit quicker. But I think this programmatic environmental assessment is very, very indicative of what SpaceX's roadmap looks like for Starship testing over the next year, at least. Your favorite predecessors. Hey, nice. Lifting bodies. I want that FIRD over there. I'm betting that it won't also. Yeah, Joe, I just don't think. It might. I mean, I'm pretty sure SpaceX ain't going to complain if that thing makes it through. But even Elon has said that, I mean, once again, I'm parroting his opinion there. If Elon says he doesn't think it's going to get through, it's not going to get through. But Elon is inherently pessimistic with factor like that. Remember when he said, like, only 70% maximum of Falcon 9s will land? Now a landing is literally expected every mission. So, Elon said it might not make it, but he might be giving a rather bleak outlook on things because that's what he does. Plans for the worst case scenario because his entire thing is based off of probability. I remember him saying 50-50 on Falcon Heavy as well, right? Joke's on you, the Neutron stream will be at a very cool 2 p.m. Central European time, laughs in European. Hey, where's your manned space program, Swishy? Oh, wait, you don't have one. Laughs in American. And guess what? The Russians are laughing at you too. Whammy. Right for the jugular. Give me that, give me that damn Euro trash talk. I'll find you, boy. Stop, he's already dead. Where will they refit these ships? I'm not sure, Chumley. I think they're just focusing on maybe even getting one back. I don't think they're there yet. They're not thinking about refitting one. You think about refitting one when you get one back. I know I said I was going to go, but see last. For anybody that's newer, me and Swizzy are just messing around. I cheer on every space program equally. Yeah. One last thing. Vulcan, here is one footage in the original resolution on behalf of Space Scout. Here you go. Timestamp in the description. Oh, we already saw this. Vulcan showed me the second it happened. He showed me all the footage. I don't hate it. We went on an Ares 1 kick last week, Lavi. But yeah. Will the starship remain unpainted apart from the lunar version? Yep. From what I understand, Sile, that's the plan. No, not them, Kyron. You know, they have a missile program, not a spaceflight program. Actually, we have a manned program. We just don't have our own rockets. Shame. The easy answer to every starship question. We're not thinking about that right now. But that's not important right now. Oh, nice, Lavi. There you go. This is the wide boy bay. Man, where's that 95 step side that's here? Come on. That truck was cool. I want to see more of that truck. I should call Nick and be like, yo, Nick, we need more of that truck. Is it here? It's not here. Starship? What is it? It's a big rocket powered by Raptor engines. But that's not important right now. I act in the red zone is for loading and unloading only. There is no loading in the white zone. The white zone is for loading and unloading only. There is no loading in the red zone. Picked a heck of a day to stop drinking coffee. Don't you start that red zone nonsense with me. Wait, who's on first? Yeah, but what's on second? Did you see the Starship Lego ship? I didn't rep it. No, I don't know who's on third. Hey, you! 4, 5, 6, 7! Sold to the man with the spittoon haircut. Woo! Yeah, see? They're taped in place because these are glued. I'm telling you, they're... Oh, damn, Rocket. Look at the thickness of the tile here. Bro. Yo. Hey. Okay. Paging Dr. Howard. Dr. Fine. Dr. Howard. Damn, boy. Damn, boy. Sorry. Old memes. No, seriously. So the tile thickness is much, much higher here. Especially on these control surfaces. As opposed to the shell of the vehicle. Anybody know why? Go ahead. They know. It gets hotter there. Yeah. It gets hotter. That's the reason. Niagara Falls. Slowly I turn. Step by step. God, I love that show. Or show? Yeah. It's the best. I would definitely like to see a side-by-side, but yeah. What is this? What is this, some kind of sick joke? That's a dumpster! Who the frick did that? Ah! 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 Bagouche! I am so peeved right now. Ah! No! Bad. Throw that dumpster in the dumpster. Throw the dumpster into a larger dumpster. Do I have to think of everything? All right, Bob, the enemy's here. That's Minnesota, sir. Now, that's the genius of my plan, Bob. We'll fly them over here. We'll teach them how to ice skate. Why? We can't go traipsing around the world fighting everybody over there on their terrain. We can bring them right here, and we can get some good fishing while we're at it. Sir, the enemy is over there. Then we'll fly them over here. We can get them over here, teach them how to ice skate. Do I have to think of everything? Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, no time for prayer, Bob. Sorry, that was from Hot Shots. My bad. See last for the link to the Lego spaceship. I saw it, Rep It. That's cool, man. I have a lot of Legos. That's expensive, man. App State, thanks for the bits, man. Sorry. I'm sorry, Chatty Murphy. It was an accident. I was having too much fun. There's the truck. There it is. There it is. It's peeking at us. It's like winking. You see that? It's like, hey, EJ, come on over here behind this lumber. I'm like, there it is. There's the step side. Ooh, it's an XLT too. See the chrome? It's beautiful. Whoever owns this truck, we're friends now, okay? See, it's just hiding behind the lumber there. It's like, hey, Jay, how you doing? Just over here behind the lumber. You should come over here. I'm like, what? Do not go into the lumber. Not worth it. Every truck is worth it, Jonathan. No truck left behind, okay? And before I tell you that's my truck, that's not your truck. Okay? It's not your truck. It's not even the right year, doofus. Even Chevys? I like all of God's children. Some of them I like more than others, though. I'm talking about trucks, and that was a joke. Please don't take that out of context. Could be Elon. I highly doubt that Elon drives around a 95 F-150 step side. If he did, though, that would be really cool. Like when you chase the rocket engines behind the museum. How do you know about that? Yeah. No, those LR-87s needed a hug. Alien, okay, they needed a hug. They were outside and they needed a hug. Elon drives a Fiat Panda. This is the USS Montana. You will move your ship. This is a lighthouse. Your call. I remember that. What impact would gaps between the tiles have with plasma compared to a more consistent shuttle style design? Gaps in the tiles. There are gaps in the tiles, Salakovsky, to take into account thermal expansion and contraction. Long story short, when something re-enters, it gets hot. The stainless steel will expand to an extent, and it will expand and the tiles will butt up against each other. If you butted the tiles up against each other down here and you try to re-enter, the thing would expand again and it would pop tiles off. Physics. Long story short, those gaps aren't there during re-entry. Gird ferns. Coral green long bed there on the left. Where? Oh, you legend. Who said that? D-Pick? Nice. Wait a minute, is that an 8-lug rim? 6-lug. 6-lug? No, we don't talk about the multipla. Elon drives a Rivian. It's a 150? Yeah, 6-lug. Gross. Those are late model Econoline wheel covers. Nice. D-Pick, that was a good eye, man. It's a good eye. Spotted it tough enough over there. Very nice. I know it's not, but that elevator looks sketchy. Yeah, that's the end of the sentence. That elevator looks really sketchy. It is? Cool. It's not just me. There's the new booter. Oh, look, they got cables tensioned by the hooks. Interesting. Elevator riding on Minecraft scaffolding does indeed look sketchy. Cool. Yeah. All right. And C22, the photographer, or, photograph correspondent. Oh, yeah? Take many photos. Maybe a little on TV. Has gotten us another picture here. We looked at one of the S4, or the S2 and the S4B, no, the S2 testing site. We got another one here. Chat, we need help dating this picture. We need help dating this picture. Let's let me load it up. Let me load it up for you. 1947. I doubt it. Here, let's take a look. Boop. Oh. Hey there. 1969. Impossible. Ooh. Very nice. There's the crawler transporters. They're under construction. Not finished yet. $1887. 1968. Nope, wouldn't be 1968. I can narrow it down to 1965 to 2021. Good. Good 1968. Nope, not 1968. The crawler transporters were up and running. 1968 was the first year that the Saturn V launched. So the crawler transporters would have had to have been finished by then. Yeah. Nice Buick. Nice Caddy. Oh. I'll take any one of those. I'm going to say 65. 65 or 66, guys. Yeah. Judging by the cars. The cars are the way to tell. And the crawler transporters were finished by 67? What's the car behind the tree? What tree? There's a tree in this picture? What is that? I think that's a Falcon. What's the car behind the 3? What the hell is that? I don't know. E-Type? Maybe? Nope, the pillars are wrong. It's not an E... It's not an E-Type. Hello. I don't know what that is. A Triumph GT6. Yep. Good call. Nice, chum. Well, I got the British part right. Oh. Yeah, I don't hate that. That's cool. Now, the key is, what year is it? 1960. Well, that narrows that down. Well, that narrows that down. This is 1966. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It wouldn't... It's either... Yeah, it's got to be 66. Because that car is there. Unless the car that predated it... Based on the popular Triumph Spitfire convertible. The Mark IV, Spitfire. Nope. Nope. Good call, chum. That's cool. So, that looks like a 65 Wildcat, and that's a... It's got to be a 66. That Mustang is a 65. It's a 65 Mustang. Nice car. So yeah, this has to be 66 because of that Triumph right there, C22. See, I knew chat would help me with this. Caddy on the far right. Oh, I see it. I think that's a 66 Cadillac. Hold on. Yeah. That is also a nice car. It's a coupe. I love it. Oh, that car is so cool. The turn signal is lower? Hold on. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Let's try 65 then. It's a 65. Yep. Oh, it's got the feelers on it. Oh, that's so cool. Yep. Yep. Good eye. Ever played AO Age of Empires? No. I drove a Spitfire for 8 years. Nice, passing. That's a cool car. Yeah, the curb feelers. So you don't get curb rash on the rims, Smirks. So if you park the car, if you parallel park it, right, the feelers will make a noise when you're touching the curb. It'll make a noise like this. It'll make a noise, so you know. So you don't scuff the rims, man. Or the hubcaps. So that car had hubcaps. That's a sweet car, by the way. You can't scuff the white walls, man. Or just drive well. I don't think you understand how big that car is. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you understand how big that car is. That is not an easy car to drive around, man. It's a boat. The thing's like 5 meters long, dude. It's a boat, man. And it's a coupe. I love it. It's amazing. Oh, that makes me so happy. Is that Mustang your dream car? No. No, it's not. Not my dream Mustang, at least. I'll show you. My favorite Mustang was not the 64, the 65, or the 66. My favorite Mustang is the 67. Particularly in Highland Green with a 390 FE engine and a top loader 4-speed transmission. Like that. You either get it or you don't. That's my favorite. The Cobra Jet? The Cobra Jet's cool, but that's never happening. Sparks. The Cobra Jet's nice. I like Cobra Jets. I want one, but I'm never going to get one of those. So that's not happening. You have a model of that. I, in fact, do have a model of that. I don't know car history. Okay. Here. That car is from a movie. It's a movie called Bullet. And the Bullet's not particularly a good movie. However, Bullet has one of the, widely regarded as one of the coolest police chases in cinematic history. It literally has a police chase between a 67 Mustang like that and a 68 Dodge Charger. Yeah. Through the streets of San Francisco. And there's no special effects. They actually drove these cars like down the hills and off jumps in San Francisco. Like, yeah. It is. Watch the police chase from Bullet. You don't need to watch the entire movie. Just watch the police chase. The police chase is gnarly. Yeah. So that's why I like the 67 green Highland Green Mustang. How many cars did it take? One Charger. Yeah. They didn't break the Dodge once. The Charger has torsion bars, man. They didn't need to. The Mustang kept breaking its suspension going off the jumps. But the Charger never did because torsion bars. Yeah, it's the police chase. The original Gone in 60 Seconds beats it. Ooh, I don't know, Doddle. The original Gone in 60 Seconds is cool. Come to New Zealand and I'll let you drive your father. Oh. Did you ever load up my previous photo, the one with John Young? If you did, I missed it. No, I haven't. Fight you? Fight, bro. Okay, all right. Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry.